Hey guys, welcome to the stream. This is Rod Arriagada coming to you live from the Hangar Billiards and Sports Lounge. We're here at 121 Scurfield Blvd, and we're here for the Sunday Open 8-Ball Tournament. This is an A-side second round matchup, and it's a match between Mike Delgado and Darrin Dmyterko. They're currently in the match right now. The score is 6-3. Mike is on the hill. Darrin's trying to get on the hill, and just waiting for these guys to step out of the view of the camera, and then I'm gonna zoom in on the table. All right, there it is. Now I'll move in, get a little closer, check things out from a different point of view. I try to get this table set up straight. It almost looks like it's a little crooked still, but I did the best that I could. Case. That's done there. Give me a second. I'm kind of all over the place still right now. It's not necessarily a rough start, but I guess a late one. It was pretty late last night, though, by the time I got back home. Yeah. All right, that's good. All right, and I'm here joining you guys in the room right now. There is the YouTube link for those of you guys that are looking for the YouTube link. Been pinned on the comment section. He was kind of in tough with that 8-ball. He's just trying to make something happen there. He's opened up this table though, and looks like Mike's gonna have a chance to close up the match here. I was hoping we're gonna go into hill matchup for the first stream today, but not sure that's the way it's gonna work out. I'm hoping, but Mike Delgado doesn't tend to miss too often. Just doesn't like to do that. Doesn't suit him. Some people miss and suits them. Not Mike. I want to say that maybe, when I miss, it doesn't suit me, but I miss a few times. 20 players in the building today for the Sunday Open. Yeah, I kind of figured he's going to get out here. Didn't even need a ball in hand, really, the way the layout was laid up. I think the only reason he kind of played him safe is just because it was just more convenient for him as far as position for the cue ball starting point. And Mike's going to win that one, 7-3. I'm surprised not a -2 yet. Hey, Mike, are you subbing -2 again? -1 still. For one more week. One more week. That's funny. Yeah. All right. So, well, we got a match here on the side. We're going to go here on the side for now. This is Brian Kennischuk playing against Monty Brinkworth. And not sure what the score is, but put their names up there so you guys know who they are. And when we get my TV table matchup, we'll switch back to the TV table and switch the score as well. Man. I think that's how you spell his last name. I think it's with an I though. I think that's how it's. Oh, Brian's a 4. Assuming Monty's maybe a 5. Or maybe an even race, I don't know. Scoreboard's sort of been updated. I'm not sure that's how you spell Brian's last name. I can't remember. I'm going to go find out who our next CB table matchup is. In the meantime, you guys can watch these guys play. All right, you guys are in for a treat. It's going to be a matchup between Mike Delgado and Andy Kempa. And I say a treat because when Andy Kempa is playing his game, he's can be a very dangerous player on the table. And Mike's a 7-1. Andy's normally a 5. So he's going to get a 3-game spot in this race. And that can be a dangerous spot in this kind of matchup. Although you have to say one thing about Mike Delgado. He doesn't really get too many opportunities. So it doesn't matter what the handicap is. It could be a 7-2 race, and he still might beat you 7-0. But Andy, man, I'm telling you, he's one of those guys that when he's on his game, he can't be stopped on the table. I call him a professional sandbagger. He's always trying to get underranked, man. But he's a good player, right? He has a table at home and stuff too, so he can work on his game. Alan Schuster, how you doing? Gail McCarchuk, welcome to the stream. Perry Gilbert, how you doing? Irene Palmer, welcome to the stream. Garrett Travers, welcome. Charles Williver, Mike Frechette, what's up, man? Mr. Tyson Tame, welcome to the stream. Late one for you last night. Hey, Rod, says Tyson. Yeah, man, it was maybe around 2:45 when I finally got to my house, man, and then I had to undo the stream and redo the stream. And, yeah, it was a late night. I still managed to get, I don't know, I'm going to say I got maybe almost 6 hours of sleep, which is really good for me on a Saturday night. That's almost like a 10-hour sleep for me. So I do sound a little bit more tired today, but I'm not that bad. I have a lot more energy than I normally do. But yeah, that was a great event last night, man. So many great matches. We're going to get these guys set up because they're about to get going. Change over here. And we'll put Andy on the left side, man. Andy Campo. Andy Campo is one of my co-commentators. You guys want me to close the blinds? Okay, I'll close them. Yeah, I'll close it. Yeah. I'm the guy that closes the curtains too. Well, I'm usually the guy that closes the curtains anyway. All right, so that's rack number 1, Andy Kempa breaking. Give me 1 second. I got to close some blinds for these boys. They're all blinded out by the sun. I'll be right back. I told I told these guys they gotta pay me next time. $1 each. I said I'm gonna charge them per blind. Brent Whitaker, how you doing, man? Terry Bird. David Twig says good evening from Scotland. How you doing, David? Gordon Houston, Karen Skelly Dotson, welcome to the stream. I hope everybody's having a good weekend so far. I've been having a crazy weekend so far because there's been lots of action, man. There were so many runouts last night that honestly, like, we're talking about it with Andy Campo when I first came in here, and he's saying, like, so many great players just makes me think that maybe I should quit playing pool. I'll never be good enough. Well, you see these guys play the way they play. And one thing I'll say about, last night is that there was a lot of great players in the building, but we had some big players, some big names like Jason Cladd, Eric Corverson. They were both here playing in the tournament, and both guys got eliminated by the second round. I think it was the second round. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was the second round that Cladd got knocked out in. Eric had a wicked match against Jeff Clare, who was our eventual winner. And when I watched their match, when I got to watching their match at the end, I think it was, from what Jeff said, it was 14-12. So Eric was on the hill, and he found a way to win 3 games in a row to be able to beat him. But the last game was all Eric's. He ran the table out. It was a really nasty table, man. And he figured out the whole puzzle. But the one thing he came up short on was the shape for the 8-ball. And what happened was that the layout was set up in a way where he could have just banked that 8-ball to the side pocket. But when that cue ball went into that place where it landed, on its way there, it knocked a stripe. That stripe rolled over that side pocket and blocked the side pocket from the bank. Now, the only option they had other than that was to maybe try a one bank with a lot of spin back to the corner. But there was a ball that was blocking about half that pocket, which made it a little bit more impossible for him to make that bank. He didn't think about maybe trying to do a 2-rail bank or anything like that. He went for a 1-rail kick shot, hoping to get the 8-ball off a stripe on the side. And then he hit the 8-ball, but the ball didn't go in the pocket. That gave Jeff a chance. Jeff ended up coming back winning the match 15-14. And for him, I think that was maybe the turning point of the day. For him at that point, I feel like maybe that's when he thought to himself, you know what, I think we can win this thing. But it wasn't an easy road for him. He had a lot of tough players to play against, and Klatt was one of them. Johnny Baptiste was another. Larry Hunter, oh my God, man, Larry Hunter, what an effort last night! What an effort last night! Oh, just thinking about it last night, thinking about that final last night, man, just gave me the chills. I mean, that was a matchup, man. That was a matchup. It started off like super one sided. You're thinking, oh, that's it, man. Larry's done. Ain't no way he's coming back in this match. I think he was down like 7 or 8 racks. It was like 8-1, 9-1, or something like that. And I don't know, man. Like I always say, like it just starts with belief, you know. And a big part of a comeback is trying to string at least 2 wins in a row. If you can string 2 wins in a row, your confidence boosts up. Your opponent's confidence starts going down, and it just gives you a bit of an edge. Well, it seemed to be the recipe for success last night for Larry Hunter, who had made a couple of comebacks throughout his day, being down 7-1 a couple of times actually that I remember in different matches. And in the first one, he came back to win, and I think it was 13. I want to say 13-12, or yeah, 13-12, 13-11, something like that. It was against Jeremy Hansen. And I believe a big part of it was because Jeremy came up dry. For most of the match at the end, he came up dry. And that was a difference maker, which allowed him to come back into the match. But yeah, there was so many great matches. And Larry, man, honestly, I don't know if you're going to watch this now, if you're going to watch this later or whenever. But if you watch this, man, he did a really good job last night in that final matchup. He pushed it to the point where he got within 3. Then Jeff came back and squeezed him really hard, man. Pushed up and got close. He went up to 11. I can't remember what the score was. I think it was like 11-5. I think it was a 6-game difference or something like that. And then Larry made a push back, man. He won 5 games in a row to get it back to 1 game. It was crazy, that good of a match. If you didn't get a chance to watch it, you should be watching it. Maybe not right now, tomorrow. It's on YouTube too. If you guys want to watch it in 1080p, it's on YouTube. I had a lot of fun in that tournament last night. I almost found myself playing in it because I thought I was going to have an opening spot, but at the end there was 3 people that were trying to get in still, so I actually could have had a couple of people back out, and I still could have filled it before I got in. But the idea was there for me to try to get in. And I'm not training. I'm not, training like I used to, but I'm starting to train. I'll do that for you. I'm starting to train, so it's starting to come together, and I don't know, I'm feeling confident. Last time I played in the King of the Hill was, oh geez, when was that? I think I'm gonna say it was 2018. Could be wrong, but I'm gonna say that it's 2018 when I played. And I played against Mike Delgado on my match. It was opening match. And back then, like I was playing pretty good. I was already training on the snooker tables. My stroke was coming out nice and strong. My knowledge had gone so much better, and I started off strong. I'm like, I was up on him 7-1, 7-1 in a race to 13 on the 9-footer, and I couldn't miss. I swear to God, like anything that was in front of me, I was just making it. And it was to the point that, like Mike almost looked deflated at one point. Like he just didn't want to be there anymore. Like I literally took his soul out of the game. And then I don't know. We took a break. I came back, and when I came back from the break, I don't know what happened, man. It was a work of the gods, but I ended up losing 12 straight games to lose 13-7 to him. And it wasn't like he just went on a tearing streak, like he just started running every single table out, man. It was just something like I'm missing some key shots and giving him a table for him to work with, and he was running it out. It was like that, and it wasn't like I was playing bad either. It's not like I started missing or something like that. Or no, it was I was playing good and just running into bad luck. But then I ran into bad luck so often in that match that it started creating doubt in my head when it came to like questionable shots. And because I had so much confidence from my training, I played with confidence still, and that's what cost me at the end. I think that's what a big part of it was. So I was thinking about playing that one, but I didn't play in it. I am thinking about playing the next one though. If I can get some supporting members to maybe come do some commentary for that one, then I'll play it. I don't mind the competition, and I love playing against the best, man. Seeing guys like Eric Culbertson, Jason Cladd, Johnny Baptiste, Jeff Clare, Larry Hunter, like I got Mike Delgado, like so many great players, man. There was so many great players. Honestly, how can you not want to play in that? There was nobody that was at the bottom. Honestly, like everybody in that tournament had a chance to win it. Now, yeah, the next one I'm gonna play in it. I gotta win one at least, right? I only played the once. I feel bad taking everybody's money. Take all. I'm kidding. No, I don't know. I think a lot of the reason why I don't play in the King of the Hills or any of my tournaments really is because I'm streaming. And it's hard to get help, for people to come do commentary and help you out at the booth because everybody else wants to play. And not only that, but when they come work, everybody wants to get paid. And then it's like, well, if you're going to get paid, I want to get paid too, man. Yeah, where are we gonna get money to pay you? I'm not sure. You take Monopoly money, Canadian Tire money. I got lots of that. Vintage, man, 1980s Canadian Tire money, like worth $2 nowadays. For those of you on YouTube, I'm sorry. I'm gonna interact with you guys right away. I'm just waiting for my computer to reboot. I brought my second laptop with me so I can reboot and get all this updated, and then I'm gonna open up my YouTube channel there and interact with you guys as well. I think this is a second round matchup. I labeled the last one as a second round matchup, but that might have been a first round matchup. I believe this is second round matchup. And if it ain't, then it's gonna be a quarterfinal. But it should be a second round. And I still have the noise filters on for now because they have music playing in the background. That's why it's all quiet in the background. But I believe there's a Jets game today. If there's a Jets game, then they'll put the Jets game on. Then I can take those filters. Personally, I like having the sound, the atmosphere. You don't get it. You don't get it when there's noise filters. Take a second here. I see a couple of comments. I'm not trying to ignore anyone, by the way. We're occupied. Brent Whitaker, how you doing? John Guffey, welcome. I don't know if I welcomed you or not, but every time I see your name, I say hi. Chris Mason, Jules Mortensen, welcome, guys. Andre Nolette, my teammate Tracy Bernard, welcome. Mr. Tom Lafournier, Joe Valente from the Blue Room. By the way, those of you that are looking to play next week, Blue Room Billiards Tournament of Champions starts 1:30 start, $30 entry, handicap races. Get in to qualify for the end of season playoffs. It's going to be exciting. This season is going to be exciting. We had to miss 1 year due to COVID, but now we're back in action. I'm looking forward to all the competition at the Blue Room. You get a different crowd there all the time. It's another opportunity for me to help display some of the great talent that we have here in Winnipeg and Manitoba. And I don't know if you guys ever been to the Blue Room, but if you haven't, you should go there and try some food. They got some amazing food. The pastries too. Louisa makes all the pastries there. I think she makes all of them. Don't quote me on it. Maybe she buys some of them, but I don't think so. Since I've known them, every time I've ever asked for anything dessert, it's all been homemade. Then you can ask them for the Rod special. I don't know if it's a Rod special, but The players call it a Rod special because they see me eating it whenever I'm at the Blue Room. And what it is, I'll tell you guys about this amazing dish. Yes, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten anything yet. But what it is, it's a steak with fried egg on top, and he's got this amazing sauce. I don't really know exactly how he makes the sauce. And honestly, if I knew how to make it, I wouldn't tell you guys because it's a beautiful sauce. Should be a secret. And then it comes with some fries. It's just it's beautiful, man. The sauce it's kind of like a hollandaise sauce, but it's not a hollandaise sauce. It's so much better than that. And maybe a lot of you guys don't know what hollandaise tastes like because hollandaise sauce is something that um, in the early days of cooking they used to make it from scratch. Then it became hard to make it from scratch because a lot of people were not sanitary about how they worked with their product. So now they make it all in powder, right? It's a lot different. But hollandaise sauce, when you make it from scratch and somebody makes it good, it's amazing. But yeah, you guys make sure you tune in, or not tune in, but make sure you go check out the other tournament from last night, King of the Hill, winner take all. It was a really, 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 really competitive event. Really, really, really competitive event. There was so many runouts. Honestly, it was a clinic all day long. It almost made you feel like you were watching a pro event the way that everybody was running tables, man. And I'm trying to think, like, there was a lot of safety play too, but it wasn't something that stood out. What stood out to me was all the aggressive offensive play. It was amazing to watch, man. Kathy says, awesome stream. I enjoyed it. Let's go, Andy. Let's get going, says Brian. Brian Hastings, how you doing? Jessica Salinas, welcome to the stream. Tony Gregory, Emilio Valenciano Jr., how you doing? Jackie Omielso, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Karen Scully Dawson says, I'll take your money, Rod. Challenge accepted. Let's do it. Dave Remy, welcome to the stream. Dave Burrington, how you doing? Give me a second here, guys. I'm being called over there. I go for a quick walk. Hopefully, I won't be too long. I'll be right back. Excuse me. I missed 2 games, and that's not surprising because guys can play well. All right, I'm back, and my computer's finally updated. Nice. Let's go, baby. All right, all right, all right. Did I miss any comments? Yeah, I did. Got to catch an all in order. Last one that I remember is Karen Skelly Dotson saying, "Take your money, Rod." There it is. Yeah, for sure. When I come out there, we're gonna play. How you doing, Gerard? Gerard Mac Isaac says Gerard watching. Wayne Johnson, Rod working OT on the streams this weekend. Great job, bud. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I really do. Yeah, I'm working a little bit extra, but it's I don't know. I don't think it's anything new. I think it's just the 2 years that COVID was around and all that. There wasn't a lot of streaming really being done. I streamed at first from my garage for a little while. I believe I call that the quarantine sessions from the garage. It was only, I think, 3 episodes, and the third episode got really bad, I think. And at that point, I said to myself, I ain't doing this no more. No, it wasn't that. I got hurt, so I had to stop playing. That's the only reason why I stopped doing it, actually. And then I got rid of my table. I had it for an extra month. I didn't even use it for a whole month. But yeah, there wasn't a lot of streaming. But prior to that, I was always streaming, like, sometimes up to 3 times a week. Sometimes it'd even be 4 times a week that I was streaming. It all depends on the events and the tournaments and stuff like that. And so for me, like, I I do the streaming side of things and the commentary side of things, which is what you guys know me for mainly. But I also do the tournament organizing side of things also, right? So I create tournaments and formats, and I'm constantly finding ways to make the pool game a little bit more competitive and a little bit more interesting for the players when they're competing at the tables. And I don't know. I think I'm doing a decent job so far. So far, like the players tell me that the feedback is that I'm doing fairly well with giving them some entertaining formats. And I thought maybe some people that was a nice little finisher by Andy getting on the scoreboard. And I thought maybe some people would not have liked the format yet last night. And at the end, when I talked to most of the people that I talked to anyway, they were all happy with it. They thought it was fun, and they liked the variety, with the 2-move racking system. Another thing that made it really interesting and difficult, but also, what made them appreciate their wins was the take what you make. That really, really kind of changed things because sometimes you get a monster break and then you look and you're like, well, I made a solid, but I'll just take the stripes because the stripes are wide open. So then you go stripes and you run out, right? Then you break again and then you have another option. You can take solids or stripes no matter what. You run that table out too, right? But last night, that's not the way it went. If you made a solid, you were solids. If you're a stripe, you were stripes, and so basically having to follow either a solid or stripes off the break, being forced to follow it no matter what, it didn't work. It did work out into some interesting tables because there was tables where everything was just tied up. I remember one table. I can't remember which player it was now. I'm trying to think, but I remember there was one table where the player made a stripe off the break, and there was 5 out of the 6 stripes were all bundled up in the top left corner. Like that's how it was. It was so crazy. I was like, how's the guy gonna run this out? But he ended up winning that game. He didn't run it out, but he ended up winning that game. I can't remember who it was now. I want to say maybe it was Jeff, but I don't think it was Jeff. Tough to remember. So many runouts last night, honestly. If you want to learn how to play the right way, go watch The King of the Hill, and you'll learn how to play the right way. Because all those guys were playing amazing pool last night. And a few different styles of play too, which kind of made it a little bit more entertaining to watch. Yes, sir. Steve Sestak in the building. I haven't seen him play in a long time. You know, and that's one of the things that, for me, when I'm working, because I organize tournaments and I stream and I'm kind of connected to the players, um, I actually like I miss them when they're not around. You know, it's weird not seeing some players around when they haven't been around for a while. It's like, oh hey man, where were you on holidays? You know, whatever. Sometimes you think, well, hopefully they're not sick or something's going wrong with them, right? But it's nice to see like Curtis is here today, Curtis Treborak, and always nice to see him. I wish I had more time where I can, sit there and talk and hang out. But usually because I'm doing the streaming and doing the commentary, there's just no time for that. I guess I have to. Sorry, I'm just trying to get my YouTube channel set up, opened up. I feel like I'm always neglecting, and I just started doing the YouTube streaming, right? So I don't want to be that guy that just neglects everyone they're trying to watch. Maybe you guys are doing some comments too, and out on those comments. And then, all right. Sorry, I'm a little out of focus right now, but I will be good again. All right, here we go. It's like I'm still in a spell or something from last night, man. There wasn't enough resting time for me to kind of reset mentally from last night. Nice little drawback shot here for the two. He's a little bit too far for it, but he can still control the cue ball here, get shaped for the. It's gonna be a problem. See there, he's gonna have to go up table no matter what. A little bit of left hand draw here just to hit off the rail and come back up to the middle. Oh, he's not even gonna go up table. Up table. He's just gonna roll it up. Dave Blacklaw in the building. Peter Bonus. Oh man, everybody's here. Look at that. Blair Lawson's in the building. I looked over and I thought that was Santa for a second. I miss watching Blair play, man. He's a good player. Oh, it's 5-1. He's got a 4-game lead. Andy Kempa is coming into this one now. Rack number 7. He's trailing by 4, but he only needs 3 to win. Technically, it's almost like he's down by 1. If he wins this one, it's a race to 2. Wayne Burba, sorry, I'm just getting to the comments, man. I get sidetracked easily. Rod, I think you have to be running the most continuous Sunday tournament, and it's great. Some very high, talented competitors. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Yeah, and there's a lot of great competitors here on Sunday. It's good to see, honestly, and it's every week it's different players, which is what I really love to see. I would love to see like a maybe a final Sunday showdown once a year where like all the players that play in it come out and play in the final. You know, that'd be nice. I'd like to see how many of these guys come out and play. I'm gonna say there's probably in rotation of players altogether. There's got to be at least over 100 players that have come over here and played in the tournament on Sundays. And we had guys that come in from out of town as well, come play in the tournament. Nice. Ben Whitford, welcome to the stream. Dustin Benjamin, welcome to the stream. John Dillon, how you doing, man? Welcome to the stream. Helen Lalashu, welcome. Patrick Lance says, my lucky day. 2 matches streaming out of Winnipeg right now. You have competition, just kidding. Nick Wallace, Eric Hagemeyer, welcome to the stream. David Twig says, Mike shooting well today. Yeah, well, you know, every day he plays, he's always shooting well. That's what makes it hard to beat. You know, every time you're playing against him, is that he puts a lot of pressure on you, man. He doesn't really flex too often, and even when he gets out of position, he's not one of those guys that will go for like a crazy trick shot. He'll just play smart, like lock you up in a really tight safety. And when you play him a safety, it's not easy to really get him locked up in a safety because he's got a lot of knowledge when it comes to banks and kicks. He knows his angles really well, which comes from his background as a 9-ball player, right? He's more of a 9-foot player than he is a bar box player, but you wouldn't really be able to tell that when you watch him play on a bar box. You think he's a bar box player. Jesse Clays, how you doing? Says, nice run, Andy. Yeah, that was a nice run by him for sure. David Twig says, you just love your pool. Never known anyone so passionate. Thanks, man. I really do. Me and pool have a deep connection, you know, and I guess someday if I ever decide to write my life story, man, people will know a little bit more about it. But let's just say that pool saved my life, and because of it, I dedicate my life to trying to promote the game and grow the game. My way of paying back the favor. Excuse me. And the other thing too is that I believe in the future, right? So the work that I do now, even though it feels like it's all about now, my work now is really about the future. And part of that is also doing this junior program that I've started up again. It used to be called the Super Junior Sundays, and we held it at different locations. And actually, it grew pretty good. There was a lot of players that came in from out of town and played. We had tournaments and stuff. It was fun. It was good. And all these guys that were taking lessons here in Winnipeg, they were learning a lot. In fact, most of those guys are still playing, and they're great players, these kids. But we're starting it up again. This time it's called the Q Sports Lab Manitoba Professional Billiard Training Program. And that's the goal, is to help train players to become competitive at the table, and those that are extremely gifted are going to push a little bit further and become professional players. But everybody's going to be trained like professional players, so they're all going to have the same competitive mentality and the same skills and knowledge required to be competitive at the table. All part of the future, man. Gonna give Mike a chance at this table, but everything is still on the table, available for an opportunity to come back. He's left the 15 and the 11 ball tied up. The 14 is not necessarily a tight spot. I guess it is a tight spot. It's not a tough spot, but it's a tight spot. Got a few pockets though. But just where that 6 ball is, you know, it's a little bit more interesting when it comes to that 14. I feel like he's just gonna try to play safe here. That's normally the style of play that he does. He goes to play safe and break up these 2 balls. Might have given him a little bit too much there. Not impressed with himself right now. Yeah, I know you're looking at the 6 and you're thinking, well, you didn't really give him a lot. Technically, give him a lot. Giving him a chance to be able to cut that ball. He's giving him a chance to be able to hit it. Giving him a chance to be able to use it for a safety if he wants to. Me, myself, I just make this to the side right now. Corner will be alright too, but I think the side might run me into that 12, so maybe the corner might be better. But I feel like the corner will run me straight into that. We just missed. But he also missed the shot on the 6. So maybe had he made it, he was going to run into that 12. At least that's what it looked like to me from the tangent line. Wayne Johnson says, how many players do you got today? We have 20. 20 players today. It's a nice little turnout. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out and wins the Sunday Open today. Dale McKay, how you doing? Says, thanks for the live stream, Rod. I'm a second-year player, and I sure enjoy watching the tournaments. Lots of highly skilled players. Yeah, I know, and there really is. I mean, there's so many different talents in the streams and the matches that I stream that you get to learn different styles. You get to see different patterns, and these guys still teach me. I mean, they're always going to teach me no matter what. I can stream for 30 years, and there'll still be somebody that teaches me a pattern that I just never thought of, or a shot that I never thought of. That's what makes pool beautiful. It's not a game where like we can all learn the same skill, right? We can all be trained the same way, and we're still gonna differentiate on the table somehow. There'll always be something extra that we see that the other player doesn't see, and that's what keeps the game competitive and fair at the table. Well, not fair, I guess. I feel like it's fair because it would be unfair if everybody played the same way and everybody competed at the same level. That's tough, man. I mean, ask any pro and they'll tell you, man. You go in there and you have an amazing day, but you came up dry 3 times on the table on a break, and you lost. But you never missed a ball other than that. That's the reality at the pro level. That's why Andy and I were talking earlier and saying, like watching these guys play last night, it always makes you feel like maybe you should quit playing because you're never going to be good enough. I mean, the fire in these players last night, the style of play that they brought to the tables, man. Don't me else, like I said. I'll show you guys the highlight of the day from yesterday. Attaboy, Andy. 5-2. It is now a race to 2. That's exactly where he wants to be. Glenn Gamble, how you doing? Len Peters, welcome. Earl Cameron, what's up, bro? One of our players from last night. He did a good job too last night, but man, that clat was dangerous last night. And honestly, I think had he not run into trouble like he did, he might have been okay. But I actually thought it was going to be Jason Klatt and Eric Orbison for the semifinal yesterday on the top of the bracket, and it wasn't. Both those guys got eliminated in the second round. Actually, Eric got eliminated in the first round. The slayer was Jeff Clare. He was going around slaying everyone. I don't think anybody could have stopped him last night. It could have been one of those like round robin, winner take all, king of the hills, and he would have beat all the players in the tournament last night if he had a chance. And honestly, I was talking about the matches last night, and one of the things that I seen is that Jeff Clare never really broke out of character. No matter what the situation was at the table, he just kept coming back to the table and playing the way he was playing in the last game. There was only one time where I seen a little bit of concern in his face, and that's when Larry came back and pushed again. So the first time Larry pushed, he came back within 3, but then Jeff took off again. But the second time Larry pushed, he came within 1. And that was the one time where I seen a concern in Jeff's face. Other than that, throughout the whole day, every match that he was in, He was just straight focused. There was no other expression in his face except for, I need to make this ball. Or not necessarily, I need to make this ball. I am going to make this ball. That's the way he played anyway. It looked like he was just, I'm going to make this ball. And honestly, I don't think there was many times that he missed. There was maybe, I'd say, like a handful of times that I remember that he missed in a match. That's kind of the way it was for everyone. I think Cloud was gonna do well yesterday, but what burned him was the speed of the table. You know, a couple of times he got pinched on the speed of the table, and that's also what got to Eric was the speed of the table, which happens with a diamond, right? Those rails are a little funny, you know. You feel like you just have a little touch, you know, not too much weight, and suddenly it just springs on. You're like, wow, what happened? And when you're focused like that, when things like that happen, it can really throw you off, right? And if it happens a couple of times, it makes you kind of start doubting yourself a little bit on the table. I think the best way to do things is just to, I don't know, just try to be consistent and play the same and just believe in yourself, man. Oh, he's going to miss that shot. There you go, Andy. Work it out, bud. And now Andy's got a chance to be able to put some pressure on him. He can get himself on the hill first. This is a nice table for him. Come on, Andy. Work it out. Patrick Land says, Rod, once I'm done wrapping up some personal stuff, all good stuff, I will be back at the tournaments. Looking forward to playing the tournaments. Cheers. Yeah, man, I haven't seen you in a while. It'd be nice to see you come out and play for sure. And you can come out and qualify at the Tournament of Champions. You qualified in it for 1 year. Might as well come out and play at the Blue Room and qualify for it again this year. John Paul Alexander, how you doing? Paul Simon, welcome. Maria Bautista, welcome to the stream. Curtis Fedorovich, how you doing? Oh yeah, by the way, that reminds me, you messaged me. By the way, Curtis and anybody else that messages me, when I'm streaming, I usually don't get on my phone, but I'll check my messages right now because I caught up with all the comments. Curtis, yeah, no, if you're still watching the stream, yeah, no, I just read your message, man. Yeah, I'm good with that, man. Yeah, I replied to your message, but yeah, no, man, 100%. I'm in. They are calling out some more matches in the background, and they're going to do the draw for the 10-ball break, which by now the 10-ball break has to be at least 1,000, if not more. Who was it? They're calling it out. Dave Blacklaw. Dave Blacklaw gets a chance at the 10-ball break. I wonder if I can get... I need to switch my stream table. I need to get my stream table closer to the 9-footer so that way I can show you guys this. Because it's so fun to watch these guys try to go after that 10-ball break. So the deal of the 10-ball break is you have to make a ball off the break, first of all, to keep shooting. That's the number one thing. But after you make the ball off the break, for every ball that you pot, you get 10% of the overall pot. If you run the table and you run all 10 balls, or you finish the table after the break, you get all the money in the pot, not just 10%. You get it all. And then the pot gets reset and it goes back to 500 again. I think maybe 500. I don't know. That's the way it started this time. I'm assuming that if they restart it, if it gets to be like that somebody has a chance to win it and they win it, yeah, I'm imagining they'll probably put it back to 500, but don't quote me on it. I'm not the guy putting the money in there. They'll come here saying, well, you know, so and so won last week, so put 500 in again. Rod said you're doing 500. Don't do that to me. Don't quote me. There is a discretion at the beginning of my streams for a reason. Yeah, you're welcome, bro. No worries, man. Desmond Hopkins, Jeremiah Jax, how you doing? Yeah, John's welcome. I was even singing last. I was on 4 hours sleep, man. I found myself singing. I think it was like 3 times I sang last night. And I don't know if I was singing because I love I mean, I love music. Don't get me wrong. If I hear music, usually I sing it anyway. But I don't know if that's the reason I sang last night. It was because the tunes were really good all night long, and the atmosphere was just vibing here. Or maybe it was just an effort for me to try to stay awake. Singing the lyrics was like getting me focused. Trying to remember the lyrics of the song. My wife says, "Yeah, you were mumbling." I was like, "All right." So you weren't even making sense. You weren't even saying the song. I was like, "Okay, whatever." It wasn't that bad. I told her that too. I said it wasn't that bad. The break and run is about to go down. Oh no, that didn't work out for him. I want to see. I don't know if I can do it. I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go side view. Give me a second here. I'm gonna try to see if I can get onto that table so we can see the 10 ball break from here. I feel like I can. I know you guys are thinking whatever. Right now, that's why I went savvy, so you guys won't miss this match. I just want to go with my other camera, see if I can get far enough to see the 10 ball break. All right, so here's a 10 ball break. Dave Blacklaw gets to rack his own rack. Them over there. And I'm sorry for interrupting here in this match. I don't usually do this, but I want you guys, or maybe you know what this will do. Okay, so there's that, and give me 1 second. I'm gonna make it all. So let's see. I think he made a ball. Did he make a ball? No, he didn't make a ball. I was hoping he would have made a ball. Maybe he took a shot at it and no, right? Go back to our main view. I think Andy's on the hill. Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. I get sidetracked. It's almost better when I'm tired because when I'm tired, like I'm focusing a little bit more. paying attention to everything, right? Because I'm tired. But when I'm rested, I just kind of get a little wild and crazy, and definitely out of focus. That was a good shot. Thanks for that. You know, you guys keep me in shape too when you guys are commenting and letting me know that I'm off on the scoreboard. All right, so if everything is correct, it looks like we're on Hill. Andy. So it's Hill, 6-3. My bad for not paying attention to the scoreboard. Here's the highlight of the night from last night. Johnny Baptiste double bank side on the 3-ball, past the 8-ball too. Look at that, ever so perfectly, man. What a shot! That was the highlight of the day last night. Play your best game with Q Sports Live. And the good old pound for respect for getting to the hill. Rack number 10. Mike Delgado to break. He's breaking for the match. Smash and break, and it's going to be dry. And here's your almost typical hill rack. Not quite as clustered as I normally see it, but you know, there's a bit of a puzzle and definitely a bit of a challenge. And I don't think he's really going to have any other choice except for to go for low ball. Oh, nice little bounce off the 9 there to get a little bit straighter on that 6. If he not hit that ball, he might have ended up with a different angle that would have been a little bit more challenging, but this one actually complements the table and allows him to get a little bit more control on the cue ball. Tempted to take the 1 ball right now. I feel like you just take that 5. Oh, you know what? Maybe he's right though. Maybe that 1 ball is a problem because you still have to figure on that. You have to figure out that 2 and that 7, unless that 2 goes to the corner past the 8, which it does. Okay, goes to both corners though, so you can just play this and come across to the middle and be all right. Good bounce here. Easy now. Easy now. A little bit too far, but can he still make this work? Maybe getting a bounce off this 12, or sorry, off the 10 ball. Back crashing into the 8 ball to give him the shot on the same corner as the 2 ball. And shoot the 2 ball to the bottom right. I kind of like that. But a little bit of extra focus here on 2 ball control, which makes it harder to focus on the shot, obviously. Now cutting this to the bottom left corner. That would give him a tangent line that goes towards that first diamond on the right side. With some proper spin, the best he can maybe do is get into that 10 ball off 3 rails, which won't really help him. I think you have to go bottom right. You have no choice, and you have to play off this 10 ball and try to get lucky on the 7. Not necessarily lucky, it's like a calculated risk. Well, he went all the way around it. Oh no, and then he lost the cue ball. Damn. That's the worst part. If you at least had a chance to even just shoot at this or kick it or play a safety on it, you're feeling a lot better than, you know, scratching and giving your opponent a ball in hand. And well, Mike's a closer, man. He's got a chance to close here now. I don't see many areas of concern here. The biggest area of concern would be that 11 balls, but you're going to take that right now. That basically solves the puzzle. For the ball in hand, it's not really a puzzle. In fact, that ball, which normally would have been a tough shot to get to, becomes a ball that you can use to complement shape for something else. Called pace on that one. He's got a couple of weird angles here to work with. Switch the camera view though. It looked like he's bad. It's the perception of the camera versus the real thing that's going on the table is two different worlds. I feel like, and that's what makes it hard for streamers to kind of really get it right sometimes. And I say sometimes because you should be able to get it right most of the time. If you're making calls and those calls are wrong all the time, well, the wrong business, man. I'm kidding. I make a lot of bad calls too. Don't worry about it. It happens. And I have like an 800 commentator Fargo rate. That's gonna be a thing next, right? Pool players are out there learning how to play great pool and competing so they get high Fargo rates, and we're gonna create a commentator Fargo rate. How gifted you really are mentally at the game. That's gonna be another thing we're gonna measure people on now. I don't know. I got an idea. That just gave me an idea. I'm gonna do something else that might be a little bit fun for streams moving forward. Hmm. Yeah, I like this. I like this. Okay. I'm gonna prove to you. Yeah. I'm not even gonna talk about it. I'm just gonna do it, and then when I do it, I'm gonna tell you guys why I did it. It's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be fun. Time to change things up a little bit here in the streaming world. I'm gonna shake it up a little bit. And if you ain't curious about what I'm about to do, you should be. That's gonna be it. Mike Delgado's gonna win 7-3. Andy had a really good chance there, man, but just a little bit too far. That diamond table, I'm telling you, sometimes it's a game of millimeters when it comes to specific shots. And this table, instead of giving you millimeters, will give you inches, and that's where the problem comes in, and why some of us come up short. All right, so we're gonna switch over here to our other table on the side while we're waiting to find out who our next TV table matchup's gonna be. And we got Brian Kennischuk at this table playing against, I believe, Dave Blacklaw. I could be wrong, or maybe just practicing. I don't know. He made a couple of balls on that one, so maybe he's playing. And then if I'm gonna put this up, I don't know. I should look at the challenge bracket. That's probably the smart thing to do. Instead of just swinging around blindly. Who you playing against? Mike? What's the race? Okay, 7-5. 7-6. All right, so we're gonna have Mike Delgado, another match on the TV table. This time he's playing against Kevin Tolles. Setting up the scoreboard.
Kevin and Mike Delgado at table 4. Derek at table 11.
Oh, 7-5. Okay, so this should be the third round now, I believe. So this would be the quarterfinals. Like Delgado, this thing here. They're gonna lag. Race to 7 for Mike. Race to 5 for Kevin. And Mike will win the break on that one, or the lag on that one. So yeah, one of the things that was really entertaining to watch and to see how these guys dealt with last night was two things: the random rack with the 2-move system, and then the take what you make. Take what you make presented some headaches for sure, and the random racking system. What I liked about it is that every rack was different. Every rack, no matter what, there was no pattern racking, and I think that not that a lot of players do this, but there are players out there that are great players that will pattern rack because they're usually break the same way, right? So they always have the same rack, they rack the same way. And it's not necessarily like there's a specific pattern that they come up with that gives them an advantage as far as like the break's going to be better. But I'm talking about if you rack the same rack the same way with the same numbers in the same order all the time, well, you're going to know the probabilities of the results of the table, and that's basically the context or the idea behind pattern racking. But the cheating pattern racking, that's when you actually pattern rack so that when you break, that the balls are set up in a specific way that you can finish the table. And you see that more often, or you used to see it more often in 9-ball and 10-ball than you would in 8-ball, but it's sort of possible in 8-ball also. I know there's a J rack in 8-ball, and if you try to look up the J rack on the web on Google, you're not going to find much on the J rack. It'll probably tell you some different things about J racks, but not specifically to billiards. There's not much about it, but there's a rack out there that's called a J rack, and when you set up this rack and you rack the balls this way and you break, it scatters the balls on the table in a perfect way where if you make a ball, you're like 95% guaranteed to run the table out because the pattern's complementing your break all the time. I won't tell you guys about that one. I don't need a bunch of cheaters out there. We need to clean up the game. We need to change the image, man. I can't give you the J-Rack, sorry. But if you email me at CSLnet, no, I'm just kidding. It's a good way to get people to communicate with me on my email. Message me at cslnet@gmail.com and I'll teach you about the J-Rack. Looking at my app on my email, 35 emails. What? Thing's been stagnant for I don't know how long. Suddenly I got 35 emails in 2 seconds. Everybody wants to learn about the J-Rack. David Twix says, great match. Glad it's gone hill. Yeah, that was a good match with Andy. He just got a little bit unfortunate there. Like I said, if it didn't roll as far as it did there, he had to finish. He definitely had to finish. John Quincy, how you doing? Bruce Stewart, welcome to the stream. Juan Sanchez, bienvenido, welcome. Barry Foster. David Twix says I'd be an 800 plus. And the commentator Fargo rate. It's a thing, honestly. there are like 300 Fargo rate or 300 commentator Fargo rate people out there. I'm only kidding. Everybody that does the job out there it's a good job. I don't criticize people. I try not to, but unless you start poking at me. If you poke at me, then I'll poke back, I guess. So I try not to. Oh, he's gonna miss that shot, and I don't know if he hit that right or not. I think it's gonna be a ball in hand. Mike says, yeah, ball in hand. Kevin says, yeah. I think so, yeah. I'm looking at it right now. You were on the stripes, right? Just catching up. Hang on, it's about to come up. I think that was about 100. I'm looking at it right now, so we'll look at it right now. It was like a fast shot, like the. I don't know why it's delayed. It shouldn't be delayed, but it is delayed. I said I don't know why it's delayed, but it's delayed, but it's coming up now. You hit the 4 first. It hit it. It hit it, but on the way back, yeah. That's gonna be a foul. We looked at it on the phone. We figured it out. I'm just getting the comments again now. I don't know why. Karen Skelly Dotson says, "Take what you make is real pool playing." I think so too. You know, like it's because like it takes away a lot of the different variables that makes 8 ball what it is today. I think it forces the player just to be a better player. Yeah, it's either that you have to be a better player or you have to have better quality breaks. And I think that's what it actually demands out of a player that you have better quality breaks. And almost like you want to. I think like somebody like Corey Dewey will probably be a master at this because he would probably like kind of medium break it just to have control to make sure that he makes that one ball in the corner all the time. But that's because he would normally rack like that. With the 2-move racking system, I don't even think Corey Dewey can really figure out a way around that either. You just have to. I feel like the only way to get around it is by having monster breaks and just hoping for the best result. At least that's the recipe that everybody else was trying to use last night, and it seemed to work for a lot of players, man. He's going to miss that 5, and it's going to be a chance here for Kevin to take the first game on him. He's fairly straight with this one. He can just hit it with some bottoms and stun it right there, and it'll be good for the 8 ball. He can roll it through, though, if he's not. Yeah, and he kind of wasn't. He was trying to draw back here for the 8 ball on the side, and he missed the shot because of it. And now Mike Delgado will come back, and he'll have a chance here to finish this table and take the first game instead. Enough room to come over here for the 4 ball, and you'll use that room to get over for it. And just come off the top rail here gently for the middle of the table to get onto the 7. And then just a quick roll up for the 5, and you should be good to come back for the 8 ball. But yeah, if you guys didn't get a chance to watch that last night, go check it out. It's on Facebook, King of the Hill, winner take all 8 ball. And it's on YouTube as well. And by the way, there's one thing that's kind of sort of embarrassing about it. I mean, it wasn't because you can tell that it was 8 ball, but in the title last night, it said winner take all 9 ball throughout the whole thing because I didn't adjust it. And I wanted to, but I think it's just because I was tired. My focus was just trying to get the stream done right and making sure that I didn't fall asleep on the mic. There was a lot of focus on that, especially after 10 o'clock at night. But I just never got around to it. So last night I went back home to just check out to see my intro and see if it was noticeable. You can clearly see that it says winner take all 9 ball. That was me just being lazy, and I didn't mean to be lazy because I was going to switch it to 8 ball. It was so late the night before, and I had to be up early to be able to come here and get the tournament going and all that. I just totally slipped my mind. I never got around to it. And then the day was just kind of busy too, man. I was trying to take breaks for me to have food or just to reset for 10, 15 minutes, and it just never happened. It was as soon as I stopped the stream, the next stream came on. I don't know. I apologize for that because I try to be professional in my work all the time. I try to make sure that I'm consistently professional, and I felt like I kind of dropped the ball on that. And when you look at the rest of the stream, like it was high quality. It was good. I know because I did all the graphic work. Fun. King of the Hill is like one of my babies, right? And usually I go above and beyond for that one. Same thing with the Tournament of Champions, especially the season finals. You know, I put a lot of effort into making a good production out of the event. And I guess that's essentially what it is. It's what I do is kind of like stream production, really. And commentary or broadcasting, I guess it would categorize it as that. But I'm also the graphics guy, graphic work. My own sound guy, my own cameraman too. Sometimes. I tell you, I watch those guys like Kazoom. Those guys were out there in Red Deer for the Predator events as well, and they had like 6 people working the stream, man. And I'm looking at them like, wow, if I could just find 6 people to sit around my booth, I'd be happy. Never mind 6 people helping me in the booth. But that's what it takes, right? Like they have one guy for everything, so that way they all figure out, the perfect production. And technically, for me, if I was to have an operator, then I could do the same, right? Like I can make my production so much more uh, presentable. But I'm only one man. I can only do so many things, and I found out that 10 things at the same time is the most that I can do. So don't ask me to do anything more than that, man. David Turk says your Fargo rate's gone down to 700 for that one. Yeah, trust me. Don't get me wrong. There are days where I wake up and I'm a 300 Fargo rate, and not just a 300 commentary Fargo rate, but 300 player Fargo rate too. I see it, man. Got a good bouncer off the 8 ball. Worked out kind of interesting, that one. Rudy Escarlan, how you doing? John David Johnson, welcome to the stream. Smoky the Blunt says thank you for the stream on YouTube. Been enjoying them. You're very welcome, Smoky. I try to be consistent in my work. That's one of the things that I always focus on when I come out and do any kind of streaming, whether it's for pool or election or anything else that I do. I take a lot of extra pride in the pool work that I do. I really, really, truly love pool. And you would think that, my passion is just the same for my election work when you watch my election work, because it's high level, it's high quality, my election work. I guess, one of the things in my mind is you don't have to love what you do to be good at it. But when you love what you do, you can be great at it. That's kind of the way the mentality goes for me. And I love what I do, right? And even when I do the election work, there's a sense of commitment to community and stuff, right? So I put in that extra effort. Does it go past the 3 ball? I think that's the way he's thinking. Oh, he's thinking of bank. Okay. He's got enough room to be able to adjust here with spin and power. It is missable though. Well, he made the adjustment there with the spin to make sure that it didn't lean towards the rail and it came out more pocket. But the adjustment was a little bit too much. I think it's still 1-0. I'm talking about being professional on my job and I'm not even paying attention. He had to break those 2 balls open, and he has, but that 4 ball's rolled up on that 7 ball. It's kind of changed things a little bit on the bottom of the table here. Still okay, though. You don't need to panic. He's still got options. The 3 balls available for it to come up table and then back down towards the 6. You just need a little bit of an angle to kind of run into that 4 ball again. You kind of need a good bounce to be able to have something on the 7 ball or the 4 ball. Gonna opt to shoot the 6 ball here. Now he's got a shot with an angle that helps him be able to get back. Where's that? 4-7. He didn't mean to run into them, but did that work out? I think it's wired. I don't know. It looks like it's wired, but there's a little bit of a gap here, and it's not enough for you to be able to make a whole lot of adjustment for this combination. So you're hoping that it's wired. He can kind of hold the cue ball there if he wanted to, in case if it didn't go in. But he made the shot. That was a nice shot. Based on this one to get up for the 7 ball. Believe it or not, it could have been a little bit tricky there to get up for that 7. Oh no, how did that not go in? Oh, and he's like banging that table for it to go down. The pockets are too deep for that. I said the pockets are too deep for that. I know. Mike will make the 8 ball and he avoids the scratch. Kevin was just joking around there. He wasn't actually bumping into the table, but he was pretending like he was. It was funny. And I was just saying, like, yeah, no, the pockets is deep. If you bump into the table, it's still not going to drop. Make sure to tune in next Saturday for the Tournament of Champions Week 1 at the Blue Room Billiards, 866 Notre Dame Avenue. 2023 season is just getting off on the first week. It's going to be every second Saturday. For those of you that are local that are looking to come out and play, champions wanted. Make sure you bring your A game. We will be waiting for you. And if you got a junior here and you're looking to maybe get them taught how to play pool, they can join the CSL Manitoba Youth Billiard Training Program. It's a professional training program that's been designated or created for, I guess, Manitoban youth or young players to be able to have an opportunity to become more competitive at the table. I feel like, oh, that was a beautiful game. Pardon, beautiful break, I mean. I feel like it's important for us to reinvest in the future. And one of the things that's changed from before and now is that before, when you had to learn everything from somebody. Right now, you can basically learn to play pool just by watching videos on YouTube, and you can learn it to a good extent or a great extent. But you have to, I guess, if you're watching things from YouTube, you have to spend more time working on it so you can figure out how it actually works. Right? When you have somebody teaching you and showing you the ropes, well, they're going to show you things that you're going to read on textbook or see on videos, but they're also going to teach you things that you may not know. Right? Little secrets of the trade, like I don't know, tracking the ball. The J rack. Not that I'm going to teach people the J rack. I'm saying as an example. I should do like a J rack later. I got my cues there. I should just do a J rack just to show you guys, not the J rack itself, but the result of the table when you use it. Nah, I shouldn't be doing it. It's like feeding the devil some evil, man. Don't do it, Rod. Don't teach him. I try to teach you guys all the secrets that I know about pool, man, but this one feels like it's a really evil one to teach. I just can't do it. But I just want to show you guys the results so that way you see why it's considered an illegal rack. Kelly Dirksen, how you doing? Alex Ferguson, welcome to the stream. Russ Baker, Ray Stewart. Early exit for Ray today. Crystal Rose Frias, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Tammy Anderson Gregor, welcome to the stream. Kel Morin, Joseph Tamayo. David Twig says, do you teach all ages? So there's 2 divisions, right, for the junior program, and I expanded it. Originally, the junior program was designed for up to ages 19, and that's the way it was up until COVID came around. But because COVID, oh, what a nice effort that was! It just stayed up. Take a look at that one again. He thought he had it, man. Off the peg, off the floor. What an effort! That was almost worth the highlight of the day just on an effort. Looks even better on YouTube. I got the YouTube screen opened up. By the way, if you guys haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel, you guys can subscribe to the YouTube channel and support me a little bit. I would appreciate it. I'm told that, you know, if I want to do anything meaningful on YouTube, I need 1,000 subscribers. And yeah. I was saying last night that I have a better chance of becoming a pro pool player before that happens, but I don't know, man. I woke up today and there were 70 subscribers, so thank you to those that took the time to subscribe. It's a small thing to do, but it goes a long way. I really appreciate it. And if you haven't gone to my channel to subscribe yet, support a brother, man. Go up there and subscribe to the channel. The link is on the stream. It's pinned there, and it's also on the post of the stream. I wanted to give something away, but I don't really have anything to give away. Maybe some online lessons, pool lessons. That could work. If I get to 1,000 subscribers, I'll give away like 10 online free lessons. How about that? And I can teach you. Trust me, I can teach you. I won't teach you like sitting at home, you know, from the comfort of my chair. I'm going to teach you at a table. You're going to learn while you're on a table and I'm at a table. We're going to work together. All I need is 1,000 subscribers. Pretty simple, right? A little bit of body movement on that shot. He's going to miss it. And that's going to give Mike a chance to be able to get another game under his belt. Yeah, going back to it, there's 2 groups. There's 14 and under, which is Division 1. Then we have a 15-year-old to 22-year-old division, which is division number 2. And the reason why I expanded it to 22 years old is because I had kids that were playing in the program back in 2018, and 2019 we didn't get to do much because of COVID. So they missed on 2019, 2020, and technically 2021. So some of those kids that would have been like 18 then are like 21 now. And I didn't want to abandon them. I didn't want them to invest that time to go in and to learn into the program and then not be able to get the full knowledge that they deserve to get out of the program. So that's the reason why I've expanded the program to the age of 22. Now, one of the things about the program is that we're going to assess everyone, and then there's examples. For example, Joey Bolio, who's 13 years old from Evanflow. Well, he's going to play in the 15 to a 22-year-old division because he plays at an adult level already. He may not mentally be at an adult level, but on the pool table with the skills, he is. And so putting him on a 14 and under would not help him or benefit him in any way, except for maybe strengthening his fundamentals. But that's why everybody needs to be assessed so we can figure out where the skill level is at and we can properly train these kids. Because some of them may be further advanced than, say, like spin techniques, but they may not have the fundamentals yet, right? Others might have like strong fundamentals and they can make shots from a lot of different areas, but they can't make a cut, they can't make a bank, right? So there's different things that they can learn. We just want to make sure that we build these players to become competitive and not change their game per se, but just to help them become more competitive, so they can create a stronger game for themselves, built on the knowledge that they get with the program. And I do teach all ages too. I've had students anywhere from the young ones, right, the kids from the program, and as old as oh geez, 60 years old. But I'm opening myself up to teaching everyone. Really, it's just anybody that wants to learn. As long as you're willing to put the time and the dedication into learning, and you're going to take the knowledge and try to do something positive with it, then I'm in. It's up to you. It just comes up to you on the efforts that you put in, right? And just like I expect the people that learn from me to be committed to learning, they should know that I'm committed to teaching. Right. I learned a lot of different things from players over the years as I've played and trained and pool, but most of the learning that I've done has been through my own work, through working on the table and breaking down the knowledge and understanding what it is that I was using in front of me. So there are things that I've learned the right way, things that I learned the hard way, things that I've learned the right and hard way, but I found another way that's a little bit easier. Lots of different variations when it comes to pool, and I don't necessarily change anything specific, but I do apply my touch to all the learning and the teaching that I do. And that's why I can see a lot of different shots. When I see somebody shooting a ball, I see different opportunities. But there are times where these guys kind of show me things that I never see myself. Gonna miss you, but he's still gonna make it. He's gonna be happy that he didn't actually get into a bad area. Well, actually, he kind of did. He might have the 11 ball. Is that 15 hanging over the pocket enough where he can maybe go out to 15 on the side? That's a possibility. On the 15 in the corner. Technically, for him to be able to make that, it'll be almost like as if he was going off the 15 on the side with a 13. If he makes that contact point, that 15 on the corner. But technically, you could have just called that 13 side. Okay, I stand corrected. That was a nice combo. I didn't save it though. I had to push my computer a little bit further back, and I just didn't get to the key fast enough. And then by the time I could have, it would have been too late anyway. Cam McMillan, how you doing? Steve Areno, welcome to the stream. Josh Barres. Ricardo, Icky Jamie, welcome to the stream. Sigurd Thatcher, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Kelly Saunderson, what's happening, bro? Danny Gilbert, welcome. Get it? I think he did. I think he barely got it, man. Can't tell from this angle either. Stand up to watch a little bit. One thing I can tell you that's really, really close. Might be enough for him to be able to throw around this 4-ball goal, but I don't know. It looks like it's that close. Hi. 1 second. Okay, so you can see, like, it's pretty close to that 4. I just don't know if it'll be enough. I didn't see what he did. Did he? I guess he must have made it. Good try. I still missed it. I gotta go back and watch that. He was pretty close on it. Oh yeah, he made it, no problem. He just had to throw it in there with the reverse spin. But he wasn't happy about the result for the 8-ball. Man, I got so many things in front of me. I need a bigger table. I need to get a second table. I need to make like a longer stream booth here. I brought my I have my working laptop, then I have my second laptop so I can keep track of comments and stuff on YouTube. And then now I got the third laptop so I can keep track of the challenge bracket. And then I have my tablet and my phone. A little bit of everything. Just makes the shot to the corner and he's on the scoreboard. That's going to feel good. Three to 1. 3-1. Oh yeah. Yeah. Crazy man. Yeah. Oh, it'll be an adjustment for a little bit. That's it. Look at my workspace. All around me, I got something. And I have my tablet still that I could bring out to have a tablet here. Shit. Oh, ready then. Rack number 4 is in. Rack number 5 is coming up. Mike Delgado just smashed that rack. Absolutely smashed it. Smashed it. What are we looking at here? I really like the low ball here. I just don't like that 2 ball. What is that? Oh, B side. 5 what? Okay. You are waiting for somebody still on the A side. You're waiting for the winner or the loser of Brian and Dave on table 3. Got 7. I think he was trying to get onto that 1 ball there, but he ended up rolling up on top of that 13. Now he's going to be shooting over the ball for that 2 ball, which ain't going to be fun, but it's what's necessary if you want to be able to have an easier 6. And if you want to continue to shoot on the table. Using the 9 ball there to be able to make sure that the ball goes on the side. That was a good shot also. I don't think I got it in time though. Nice space on that one to make sure he gets onto the 1. That's the 4 ball that's sitting up there, so that's what he's got to shoot next after this one. They could never control the pace on the cue ball to make sure he didn't lose it. 4 ball enough to be able to just draw back for the 8. He's gonna stand up table anyway. Surprised he didn't try to get straight on it. I guess cutting from the side is better than getting straight on it though. Shooting over the ball though, I'm not sure if that was what you wanted, but what's gonna work for him. 4-1. He's in the lead by 3 now. And Kevin Tolles will be breaking in rack number 6. I really like the way it looks on YouTube. I mean, I like the way it looks on Facebook too, but I like it when I look at it on my phone. On a TV, I'd rather watch it on a YouTube, I think. Sorry, Facebook. I know we've been best friends for a few years, but you gotta do something about this, man. 720 ain't good enough. 3-2. Sound like a smash and break, but I don't know if he made a ball. He might have. I wasn't watching. Oh yeah, he made a ball. Cassandra Clark, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Noah Hernandez, how you doing? Welcome, bienvenido. Lyle Howard, Hector Candanosa, bienvenido. Danny Gilbert, how's it going, man? Says, I enjoy your streams, buddy. Good work. Thank you. I appreciate that. James Broussard, welcome. He was watching the King of the Hill last night. Coming back to watch some of the Open 8-ball. We have some great competitors on Sundays here. Honestly, it's fun. It's fun every Sunday. I look forward to the Sunday tournament. Yeah, this is all good, Rod. Hope you got some sleep. Yeah, I think I want to say I got close to 6 hours sleep, man. So it was actually pretty good. That puts me at 10 hours in 2 days. So basically, like slept 5 hours each day. And that's a lot. I actually make it sound like it's a lot. It really is. I don't make it just sound like it. It really is. There are days where I get my 8 hours sleep. Hi, Gene Peacock. How you doing? Says hi, Ron. Danny Gilbert wants to know who won the King of the Hill. It was Jeff Clare who won the King of the Hill last night. And what a showdown it was for the final. There was something here. I had to exit the room for a second. Jean Peacock wants to know who won the King of the Hill. I fell asleep, she says. Yeah, that was Jeff Clare. He won against Larry Hunter. It looked at the beginning of the match. It looked like maybe Jeff Clare was just gonna take off with the match. Like I remember at one point thinking to myself, "Oh man, is this guy gonna go win like 15-1 or 15-2?" And I'd never really seen that in the King of the Hill where somebody wins like one sided like that in the finals. It just never really happens because every player that's gotten to the final usually has had to survive some major battles to get there, right? And so I didn't see it coming. And I know Larry's one of my bros, man, Larry Hunter, and I know he's a fighter, man. I know he is. He never really gives up. And last night, man, like I fell for him, like, as I felt like maybe he was feeling defeated, when the score was sitting at like 7-1, 8-1. Uh, and then I don't know, he just turned it on, and he got a few games in a row, and next thing you know, it was 8-5. He was down by 3, but then Jeff got up again, and they ended up going 11-5, and then Larry won 5 games in a row to make it 11-10. He was down by 1, and then at the end, I believe the score was 15-13. I was a nice finish there by Kevin Tolles. That's gonna feel good. 4-2. By the way, he's one of the owners here from the Hangar. And Danny says, Clat will have to go back to the States. No easy money up here. Yeah, you know what? It's interesting because like when I was looking at the draw, I thought to myself, like Clat and Eric Holverson are gonna see each other in the semifinal. One of those two is gonna be playing against somebody from the bottom bracket. The bottom bracket, I had no idea who was gonna come through because it was very, very balanced, and the top bracket, it was very balanced too, but all the crazy players were all on the top. Like anybody that was like the top 4 seeded players, they were all on the top bracket, which is really crazy to see. But that's what made the tournament that much more interesting and that much more fun to watch, is watching Jeff Clare have to defeat guys like Clad and Johnny and Eric Horverson. And he played like a monster last night. He was the guy to beat. It almost looked like Larry was the guy to beat though, because Larry had a few matches where he was down like 7-1, and he came back and won one, and the second one he almost won two for the championship match. That's the true fighting spirit. I've seen some fighting spirit before, man, and I've witnessed some of the greatest ones. I feel like I witnessed some greatness last night when I watched Larry make an effort to come back in that match. He had Jeff sweating. I've never seen Jeff sweat once, but he had him sweating. When it was 10 to 11, and Jeff had just seen his opponent come back 5 games, he was sweating, man. He thought he was in for some trouble there. I could see it in his eyes. Give me a second here. I just want to have something for you guys. They're playing some CCR here today, and I love CCR, right? They're an absolute top band to play, and I got a lot of their records, man. But, I don't know, got me in the mood. And when I get in the mood, man, usually I get singing. I'm gonna do my best not to sing, okay, guys? Because I know you guys don't like it. Some of you have been very verbal about it. 4-3. Okay, thank you, sir. Good for you, man. Yeah, that was a really good one. 4-3. I'm doing the tournament here on the side, like running the bracket on challenge also. So the guys are coming up here and talking to me about scores and stuff. Not the one. He's got to be careful here because he's kind of flirting with that side pocket, and he knows that. That's why he's kind of looking at his angles, so trying to figure out how he's going to get around this. Uh-oh, that 10 ball's going to come in the way. Going to come up short for that 8, and not happy with himself. Kind of a crucial point in the match here. So. Call it. Oh, that's long too. Waiting Gross. Oh yeah, he plays good too nowadays, man. Yeah, I'm surprised he's still a 6. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I remember there's a few of them that he's won, and he's been in the money other than that. Oh, what an attempt that was! That was a good one, man. Came up a little bit short though. He said he was trying to play it more on the safe side. Yeah, it's gonna be a ball in hand for him. He was just basically trying to find a way, right? Just to find a way to get a better opportunity, and he created a good one. No Hernandez, yeah, they're sound. They're sound. I just got the noise filters on, and yeah, that's why you can't hear. And the reason why is because I got music in the background. I don't want to get hit for the copyrights, right? That's my problem. They didn't get what he wanted there, so he's gonna have to play a safety here again. I would play a safety here, I think. I don't know. I don't take that ball yet, but Lori Strong, how you doing? Kelly Saunders says Larry Hunter tried hard to catch him. Yeah, no, he really did. And you know, like, that's what I'm saying. I'm commending the efforts that Larry Hunter put in last night in that tournament, because somebody that was down like 8-1, likely most players would have just said, you know what, okay, whatever, just beat me and get it over with, man. I just want to go home now. And he never did. Every time he got a chance at the table, he just went up there. When things didn't go right, he just said, okay, whatever, it didn't go right. But he just kept trying to be in the same mentality where, you know, don't get rattled, just keep playing well. Okay, what match? What's the score? 3-2. Okay. What do we got for ASAP matches here? Brian and Dave are playing right now in the quarterfinal. Mike Delgado and Kevin are playing it here on TV table. Angelo Maglian lost to Dave Wilkes. So Dave is in the semifinal. Steven Sestak playing against Mike Valtour. And I'm not sure who's ahead or who's behind on that one, but what I do know is Mike is a really good player, and so is Steve. So I wish I would have had that one on the stream. It would have been entertaining to have them on the stream as well. But they're in the far corner here in the building, and I have no idea what the score is and who's in the lead or not. Gonna come up short on the shot. Needs a little bit of luck here on the lead for the 8-ball. Oh, he's gonna end up leaving an 8-ball to the corner here for Mike Delgado. He'll smooth that one in. Gets a 3-game lead. 2 games away from winning the match. Here's the picture from last night. Jeff Clare with his check, King of the Hill check. And Alana Cornelison, one of the lovely servers here from the Hangar Billiards and Sports Lounge. Did an awesome job last night, man. It was busy in here, and she just kept her cool and kept, taking care of everyone, including me. She came around here and got, I think it was like 3 waters for me. And I'm thinking crazy, like I'm not even drinking, you know. I'm not a customer that's buying alcohol, and here you are taking care of me still, like as if I was one of the important customers as well, right? And to me, that's top notch service. When you make everyone that walks in the building feel like they're an important customer, you've done a great job. And I feel like she did a great job last time. What is the two move rule? Wants to know Kelly. So the two move rule basically is you have to randomize the rack, right? So that's a big part of it. So when you're grabbing the balls and you throw them in the rack, you don't look at the order you're putting them in. You don't move anything. You grab the piles of balls, you put them on the rack, you put them together, and then you get two moves. One move is to ensure that the 8 ball is in the middle where it's supposed to be, and the second move is to make sure that there's a one stripe and one solid at the end of the rack. Right? So if you random put the balls in the rack and then the 8 ball happens to be in the middle, then you only need one move just to make sure that there's one stripe and one solid in each corner at the end. Now, if the 8 ball's in the middle and then there happens to be a stripe and a solid at each end, you don't have any moves, right? Because everything is good. You don't need to move anything. So that's what the two move rack system is. And it really allowed for things to be a little bit more fair as far as pattern racking. Nobody was able to really pattern rack. It was very kind of mixed, right? There was the odd rack where you would see that would be like 5 solids on one side and 7 stripes on the other, like, but it wasn't too often. Most of them were all mixed up, and a lot of times the tables were kind of tied up in bad situations because of it. I think the players really enjoyed it. From everybody that I talked to, including Jeff, because I got a chance to interview Jeff Clare last night at the end of the King of the Hill after him winning the event. And I asked him what he thought about it. He liked it. He thought to himself, he said to me, like, it didn't really affect him as much because his break was really good and it was really, you know, it was coming through for him. Only a few times where he found himself in situations that he had to deal with a tough opening because, you know, take what you make. But he enjoyed the format, and all the other players enjoyed it too. And I think the reason why they enjoyed it is because it made it more competitive. And when you won, you felt better about your wins. I'll be right back. I gotta go and order some food. I'm getting hungry, man. And I gotta go tell this lady. I'm gonna take two birds with one stone. I gotta tell this lady not to unplug my cord because she's done it a few times already. I don't want to blow my system. Dorothy Smoke, how you doing? Danny Gilbert says any of these sharpshooters going out to the 680 and under at the end of the month in Saskatoon, I believe. Well, I don't know. I'm assuming that Randy Baggett will be in that one because he lives out there and he's a Manitoba boy, even though he lives out there. Um, but yeah, no, I don't know. I'm assuming some of them would because it's not that far, right? It's what, like a 6 hour drive to get there, Moose Jaw. I would have liked to have gone out to that one to stream it. That would have been fun to stream that one. I'll be right back. He's on the hill. 6-2. Oh, man. It's just the way it goes some days, man. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Smash and break. He makes a ball to the side. Ripped into this one. You can see the power behind that break, man. He put that cue into it. Kelly says, "Got it. Yeah, no more setting the rack. Good rule. Yeah, I like it too, man. Honestly, it just makes it a little bit more fair altogether, and it creates a little bit more competition. I think." Dan Gilbert says 5K for first should be a good one. Oh yeah, that's a lot of money up there, man. Q Sports Live invitation I had, I think it was like 6,500 or 6,900, something like that. Eric Tahe, how you doing? Gerard McIsaac says, enjoy watching. Pleasure to have you back on board, man. I know you enjoyed the matches last night. Gilbert says, I didn't know anybody was pattern racking 8-ball. 9-ball and 10-ball, I could see for sure. Well, and that's the thing. Like, I don't know. I feel like I have to teach you guys this illegal rack. I wonder if I can teach the illegal rack without really showing the pattern. Hmm. Maybe okay, you know what? Maybe I'll just make a little video of it. That's what I'll do. I'll make a little video of it where I can edit the pattern so you can't see the pattern, but you can see the result. And then you can see that like there is such a thing as a pattern rack for 8-ball. Some people say or think that pattern racking is like you put all the solids on one side and all the stripes on the other side, but it never really works. I mean, it does and it doesn't, and it's really obvious. Look at that. He missed that shot just to get perfect shape on that 13. Or 9, what is it? That's a 9. And a great opportunity here for Kevin. He just jumps up right away. He knows he's got an opportunity here. This table is going to be a little bit of work, though. And that 1 and 6 are a bit of a concern. Once you make that 2-ball, you should be able to get into them. Then you need a little bit of luck, I guess, to make sure you have someone to follow up with, unless you leave that 5 as a follow-up shot, which likely is what you're going to do. Get around here for the 4, which he does. A little bit too much pace, though. Take a look at his other options. He might be able to make that 7 in the bottom right corner. 4-ball is definitely available to the top right. The 8-ball sitting just above this 5-ball right here. Hard to see on my screen. Might be hard to see on Facebook, but it's not hard to see on YouTube. I'll tell you that much. I can see all the colors clearly on YouTube. Bump that 8-ball a little bit. He was trying to get onto that 5. I don't know if he's got it. He might. I think he does, actually. Had he gone a little bit further, he might have been perfect for that 1-ball. Now he might have to take this 7-ball to try to crash into the 1. 6. Bump it. Well, he's not happy that he bumped it because of where he's ended up, but him bumping it actually might help him a little bit here to be able to make this combination if that's what he's going to take on. Okay. Nice shot, Kevin. Nice shot. And he made sure to hit it with a good pace where the 6-ball came out clean. Rather than have an escape shot or a follow-up shot. Little bump on the 8 ball was not good there, but he still has a shot at it. The good thing for him here, though, that this is a last ball, and his tangent line's going straight up the middle of the table. As long as he makes it, he should be safe from scratching. And that gives you a little bit of comfort mentally when you're approaching the shot. And a good shot it was. On the border. It's 2 more to win. 1 more to get on the hill. 6-3 is the score. He's breaking next in rack number 10. And he is Kevin Bowles. Larry Ziegler, how you doing? Richard Ross, Ronald McGee, welcome. Nice cut, Mike, says Kelly. Stopping and Don. Nine games in. We're going to move into rack number 10. By the way, if you haven't gone to the YouTube channel yet, go check it out out of curiosity. It ain't going to be much different than this except for the quality. Be a little bit sharper over there for sure. But maybe you guys can subscribe to the channel. Help drive up my numbers. I'm supposed to try to get to 1,000 subscribers. And every time I say it, I just kind of feel discouraged, man. It's like, well, I'm going to be a pro player. And then somebody says, well, to be a pro player, you got to put 8 hours of pool practice every day. Oh, well, I'm just going to go play a league. No offense to league. I'm not trying to be I'm not trying to be offensive. But what I'm getting at is that, well, to be a pro player, you need 8 hours of practice time. You need to work hard on your game. And some people just ain't built for it. Some people just want to go shoot some balls and have a good time, and that's it. Hi, Rod. Nice work, says Don. Thank you, sir. Many players in the building for this one this week, and well, competition is on. It's been on all day. I know I gotta find a spot. So bad. Thank you. All right, I got my grub. I'm out of here. Talk to you guys in an hour. Ian Anderson, what's up? Dagoberto Varela, bienvenido, welcome. You finish your match? Did you win? What was the score? 6-2. I'm okay. Trying to recover still from last night, but I'm feeling better than I was yesterday. I just got it. It looks so. By the time I eat, it's gonna be all soggy and shriveled. Yeah, it is. You know what? Maybe I will. Yeah, I'll put that up actually. You can play against Derek Gledhill whenever you want. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Maybe I'll put you guys on the TV table next. Yeah, I'll do that instead, I think. Yep. Steven Sestak, Derek Gledhill will be the next matchup on the TV table, which is going to be coming up soon because one's on the hill and the other one's trying to get there. That was a nice fine cut. Really fine cut. I find my mouse. It's buried behind my plate of food. That was a nice little cut. Now, I know it looked like a basic cut, but what I like about that cut is you have to get past that 6 ball. And he aimed full for the pocket, for the face of the pocket, which only the top players kind of do that. They work for that face of the pocket and take advantage of it. It's kind of like being allowed to cheat the pocket a little bit when you use it the right way. And you may not really think much of it, but when you go watch snooker and you watch the pro players play, like, say, Ronnie O'Sullivan or Judd Trump, John Higgins, any one of those guys, you'll see that a lot of them will make the shots using the face of the pocket. That's what the best players do. The Brunswick tables that they used to have here before, the 4 rights, those ones you can hit the face of the pocket and everything will go in, no matter what. As long as you hit the face of the pocket, it went in. And I remember talking about it on a stream, and then when I talked about it, following weeks after that, up until the moment when these diamond tables came in, a lot of these guys were hitting the face of the pocket all the time because they knew that that was their way to make the shots on the table. Good cue ball control on this one. Needs to be able to come in between 2 and 15 to be able to get onto the 15 or to draw above this 2 ball. Yeah, right there. So you can have just a little cut shot on it. I'll require a bit of a punch stroke here just to avoid that 2 ball. And he's done so. Both the punch stroke and avoid the 2 ball. He's got a little forward angle here just to be able to set up for the 8 ball. Which he's going to make, and Kevin's going to say that's good. You don't have to shoot that one. We'll call it a match. 7-3 the final score. Mike will still shoot it though because, you know, no table is done until the last one's in. And we'll update that over here on the challenge bracket. All right, we'll be right back. Okay, well, I gotta wait for Derek. I think went to the bathroom, and I think Steven went for a smoke. And I'm gonna go over here, table number 3. We're gonna watch this match for a little bit here. David Blacklaw against Brian Kennischuk. They're still playing. I'm gonna go for a quick walk to find these guys and let them know that their match is up now, and I'll be right back. I'll keep track of it here. All right, so here's the next matchup. B-side, third round. Almost at the quarterfinals. Derek Gledhill racing to 5. Steven Sestock racing to 4. He will be breaking first in this match. Rack number 1. Here we go. Kick on the 11 ball from the 14 is going to ensure that he's got an opening shot here. A chance to be able to continue to play. Kind of like the stripes here. Just don't know if that 13 makes it past the 7. If it doesn't, then I'm liking the solids better. There's no issue with the solids or the stripes. Three ball's a little tighter to the 14, but it's a makeable shot. 4 ball doesn't really go to the bottom left or left side middle, but it has pockets to the top left corner, to the right side middle, and to the bottom right corner. I don't mind taking the low ball here, especially if the 13 doesn't go past that 7. Gonna have to take that 4 to the corner now. He should be running into the 12 ball here. He's got a straight line to the 12, which will set him up for the 1. He's so focused on that 12 ball that he missed the 4 ball. And he had perfect shape for the 1, of course, because of it. Coming up short on that shot is going to bring Derek Gledhill into this table, and he's going to have a chance to steal the first game. He's going to have to earn it, though, because that 13 ball is in a really bad spot now. However, the 9 ball allows you to be able to break it open, and most players will take care of it right away, which I feel like he's going to do after he makes this 12. You can see from this angle that he's running more towards the 7 than he's running towards that 13, so maybe it's not the right time for him to take that shot right now. Now he might be a little bit better to run into that 13. Taking the 14 though. Now that 14 is a problem ball, so technically you want to get rid of it. Now the problem with playing it this way is that he really needs to have a follow-up shot here, which he's not going to get from that 15. Especially because that cue ball's running straight into that 13, which means that cue ball's going to bounce funny off there. No guarantee where it's going to end up. And so that was the problem, and now he's opened up a 13 ball, but he doesn't have a shot on it, and he doesn't really have much of a shot on the 15. Does he? There is one way out. I'm looking at a kick shot. Excuse me, I'm looking at a kick shot. 15 to the left side middle pocket, and then the angle from there should take you towards that 7 ball. He's trying cross back corner. The angle looked like it was going good, but just not enough pace on that 13 ball. So that will bring Steven Sestak back to the table. Not too often you get second opportunities at the table against higher players, but he's gotten a second opportunity here. And he'll do his best to try to take advantage of it. Definitely has advantage of the table right now, the way the table is laid out. Just to make sure he stays composed as he's shooting here and try not to run into trouble, man. A little bit of room here for trouble still, so you got to be careful with it. That's good. See, he's stopping to take a little walk around to make sure he knows what he wants. And that alone could be the difference, right? Because sometimes when you just think you can see it, like you eye it out, you play the shot as if you've seen it right when you eyed it out. But then you realize what you eyed out was not exactly what you needed. And he's going to miss that 1 ball, and that's going to be another opportunity here for Derek. This time is a little bit better, though, because he's got a nice angle to be able to get on the 13 after he makes it. Waiting for Brian to take a shot on the other table, as you guys can see on this screen. Once he does, he's going to take that. Making sure that nobody's behind them. I like that, you know, because then you don't have any kind of things sitting in the back of your mind like shooting. Gets pretty lined up here for the 8 ball. Should make it easy enough, and he'll take that first game. 1-0 for Derek Gledhill. I called Angelo's. Yeah. This one's playing. This one's playing. These ones haven't started yet. No. He's waiting for Brian or Dave to finish. So when that match finishes, by that time that match finishes, I'm going to get Mike and that guy to play, and then I'm going to get these guys to play on the TV table. Then that puts us the day final, and then the A side or B side quarters. You can play. Yeah, you're the only match that I can get going still right now. He's a 3 on the B side. You were 6 or you're a 5. Yeah. Forgot I was running the tournament too, man. You might have to settle for the Zapo on the top left corner here. He was just out of line, so he couldn't really set up for the 8 ball on the side, which is what the ideal setup would have been. But he'll still be okay here on the 8 ball. Takes a 2-game lead. Dave, come back. You can play Darrin. Favorite table. All right, I'm back. Sorry. I had to update the scores on Challenge. I had to call the matches, and now we got all matches playing. We'll have an A-side semifinal matchup for you guys next. That's going to be Dave Wilkes versus Mike Valtour. I could have put Mike Delgado and Brian Kennischuk instead for the semifinal on TV table, but Mike's already had a couple of matches on the TV table, and Mike Valtour hasn't been on it. Dave Wilkes, I think, has only been on the TV table once ever. So this will be a good chance for him to be able to kind of get his game analyzed and see where he's at with his game. He's going to miss that shot to the corner, and that's going to give Steven a chance to be able to shoot on this one. Got options here for either the 10 or the 11. He should be taking the 10. He just play it straight down to the middle, and maybe he's going to get a good bounce here to be able to get onto the 14, which would help him solve most of the puzzle there. which I think he's actually got just enough to be able to make it now. And he's got the proper angle to be able to get shape right back up for the 13 ball, if that's what his concern is. He sees the opportunity, and he's going to take advantage of it. Perfect way to get on for the 13 ball with a little bit of angle to be able to shape up for the 9. Gonna check out the rail gently here. Maybe a touch of left-hand spin. This can be tricky here. I think you gotta take the 11 ball instead of the 9. And I don't think that was ever part of the plan, but taking this 9 is gonna require for him to come off 2 rails up to almost 3 rails for him to get the shape on the 11 ball. 2 rails if he goes the right side, 3 rails if he's trying to make this 11 in the bottom right. But if he's gonna go on the left side, then he just needs to come off 2 rails. Throw the 2 rail away, and needs to get past that 3 ball just perfectly. And oh, he knew he wasn't making it as soon as he let go of the stroke. You can see his disappointment. As soon as he shot it, he knew that he was going to come up short. And that's what makes the diamond a little bit frustrating, man. Is, you know, sometimes you get that roll like that and it hooks you. Sometimes you get a roll like that and it helps you. But you always got to be careful of those little touchy shots, those little roll-up shots, right? I think one of the biggest things or the key things that you got to do when you're approaching shots like that is try to approach the shot from an open side. And I think that's the reason why I would have tried maybe playing the 3 rail shape there. That way you would have been on the open side of the 11 ball. The way he was playing on the close side because that 3 ball. At the end, the 3 ball played into it. He can still try to figure out a kick shot here, so he's not out by any means. He can still work the zone. Too close for a jump shot, as you guys can see from the side view, so it's going to be a kick shot no matter what. You can play against Dave. He went out for a smoke. I told him already that as soon as he comes back in that you guys can play. Yeah, I think table 2's open, table 9's open, table 7's open, or 8. Makes a tough cut to the corner on the 8 ball. That's going to be a nice finish for him. On the scoreboard. 2-1. Nice shot, nice shot. If you got a junior looking to learn how to play some pool, we have a new program starting here in Manitoba. It's a CSL Manitoba Youth Training Program, a professional billiards training program created for our Manitoban youth and young adult players. Great opportunity to come out and learn the game. $8 a training session. 2 different divisions. Group 1 is 14 and under. Group 2 is 15 to 22. And they play on different weeks. You can either register them through cslmanitoba@gmail.com, or you can just show up here on Sunday, October 29th, which is going to be the first day. And that will be division number 2, the 15 to 22-year-olds. I'm going to control the pace here for the 5 ball, which is kind of the only really problem ball he's got other than the 4 ball. The 4 ball is not really a problem ball, though, because the 3 ball is going to allow him to be able to break that out. But this 5-ball was a problem ball, and he's got to it, which is going to feel good once he pots it, because now he understands he's got a real chance here to be able to clean up the table. Once he got that 5-ball, he was pretty much done on that rack. He'll make sure to finish it too with that 8-ball. 3-1. He's got a 2-game lead again. Needs 2 more games to win the match. Rack number 5. Trailing by 2. Stevens gets stacked to break. Mash and break, and he made a ball, which is important when you're breaking. Let this one have it. Mashed it. I think that was ball in hand. Maybe I'm wrong. I know I was wrong. I'm gonna be neat on eating my food, and I dropped some gravy on myself. all gravy, baby. Not what I wanted to do, though. Kind of like my pool game. That's because I was trying to be all fast on the side. I was trying to eat my food and trying to be sneaky about it. That's how I was all quiet for a little while there. Busted a munch. Those of you that watch my streams often, you know, when I'm quiet like that, it's usually because I'm busting a munch. Probably the only times you ever get me quiet, man, is when I'm eating. Other than that, I'm just talking all day long. The gift of gab was a gift that I've had all my life. I'm out to sell for the 4-ball in the top right corner. I think that's the logical way to finish this table here. That's what he's aimed up for. Not quite the way that he wanted to be lined up, but he can still make the shot. To actually use this 9-ball to be able to shape up for that 6-ball on the side next. Unless he gets a good bounce off the 9 forward. And he's setting up for the corner. Oh, the corner wasn't there. He was trying to set up for the side. And I've seen that possibility, but he really focused on getting onto that 9 to be able to have something for that 6-ball, and I think that's the only reason why he missed that 4. Had he played the 4 a little bit more naturally, I think he still would have got a result that he was looking for, but probably a lot better than what he got at this moment. Leave didn't work out too bad, though. Fucking frozen to the 6, almost. A little bit of room between the 6 and the cue ball. The only shot available for him right now is that 11 ball, which, well, you gotta do it back if you want to make that. Yeah, he's not sure about it. I'll take a look. I ain't one for banking, man, so I have no info on this one. Although I've been really trying hard to learn it lately. I feel like it's there. I don't know. When I'm looking at it from this point of view, it looks like it's there, but when I look from here, it looks like it's not. There's no real safety here either because that 4-ball is just sitting over the pocket. I think he just called the bank corner instead of the bank side. That means he has to skim this water spin to be able to get it bounce that way. For a little bit of a lucky leave here, but he's not going to get it. He's going to leave that attempt on the 4-ball for Derek. And Derek also has a shot on the 6 if he wants to go that way, which I don't think he will because the 6 will help him be able to finish the table with the 8-ball. Make sure to get a good angle here on the 6 where he can just kind of take that cue ball onto the rail gently and set up for the 8-ball in the opposite corner. He can also power through if he wants to come across on the right side of it. Looks like that's what he went for. When you play those soft shots like that where you have to roll up like that, you really have to trust your stroke. And that just comes up to the player on whether or not they can do so. I myself don't mind taking those slow rolling shots like that where you have to be really finesse with your stroke. But that's because I feel like I have a pretty decent stroke and I'm comfortable with it. 4 to the 1. He's on the hill. And he's breaking next for the match. And we're just waiting for Steve to come back. He just went for a quick breather. Needs a reset here. Down 4 to 1. His opponent's on the hill. And, well, You need a second here just to kind of recompose and figure things out. Talk to yourself. Knock yourself in the face if you have to. If you can't do it, call me. I'll do it for you. Or ask your wife. I'm sure she's waiting. She wants to do it. Thomas Tubo on YouTube says, thank you for the stream. You're very, very welcome, Thomas. Steph says, hello, Manitoba from Minnesota. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. And that's the people on YouTube. By the way, if you haven't gone to the YouTube channel yet to subscribe to my YouTube channel, you can do so and support me that way. You don't have to go and watch all the streams that I do on YouTube, but if you do, that helps me too. But just subscribing to the channel, that alone is going to help me to be able to do a little bit more things with YouTube than what I'm able to do right now. So go over to the channel, find my name. You can find the link here on the stream. It's pinned. Hit the subscribe button and yeah, help me out, man. Trying to make a difference. I'll be right back. I gotta put away my dishes because I don't have any workspace right now, and it feels like my elbows are stuck in the gravy. I'll be right back. What happened? I'm not sure what happened, but they were talking about something that happened here while I was gone. Natasha Novitsky, how you doing? Holiday. Natasha Novitsky, Holiday. Oh yeah, I've seen people do that a few times. Yeah. There was a match where these guys started breaking on that side. Halfway in the match, they started breaking from this side, and at the end of the match, they ended up breaking on that side. Like, and all in the same match. Yeah, on the other side. So it makes it confusing. Yeah. And what kills it is they don't have a cue ball spot because then you know where you're sitting, right? That's funny. That's funny. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, that's a ball I've had now. Oh shit! He's gonna let him slide on it. That should have been a ball. That was a moment, man. And it's tough to shoot after having a moment like that, but we'll see. He's gonna try. Derek's gonna let him slide on that one. That should have technically been a foul. Let's see. Got a couple of comments. I've been ignoring you guys. I'm sorry, man. I try not to. It ain't my intent. Not my intent. Talking all ghetto. Welcome to my ghetto channel. You are now in the hood, where it's always good. Table is straight today. Thanks for your OCD. Yeah, I know, man. You know what? The first thing I did today when I set up is I was looking at the line of the table to make sure it was straight. But check out my side table. It looks straight, but it's not straight. And it's off just by a little bit, but you can't tell. But I can tell. I'm OCD, man. You can see that the table is kind of squishing down on the Sunday a little bit more than it is on the hanger side. But yeah, I might fix that later. I don't know. I might just leave it the same way. I'm trying to work on my OCD, right? Try to get over it. It's hard, you know. I look at things and like, well, that's not perfect. Needs to change. Cam McMillan says, thanks for going to YouTube, Rod. Works great on the TV. Doesn't it? It looks amazing, man. I'm telling you. I love the way it looks on YouTube for your television. Dion Anderson says, hi, Rod. Matt Hughes, how you doing? Shane Stamps, Kathy Secrets, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Paul Santos, Leo Purcell, welcome guys. Ken Townley says, I thought you guys play Q in the kitchen after the break. They do, but they realized that they were shooting from the wrong side. That was what the conversation was all about. Because, and the reason why it happens, I'll explain kind of the whole concept of why everything happened there. The diamond tables are made in a way where you have the rack, you can put the rack on either side of the table, either end of the table, because there's a slot for the rack on either end of the table. So that alone kind of makes it confusing for people. But they do that because, you know, you don't know when you put a table in if you're going to have enough room all the way around to be able to play properly. So putting the rack on the other side allows you to flex as far as where you're going to break from, maybe make that space work a little bit better. But what really makes it hard is that the cue ball does not return to the front or the back of the table. Or no, sorry, it does not return to the front of the table, not the back, because it does go to the back. It goes to the chamber where all the other balls go, and that's where the cue ball comes out. Where on a valley table, usually when you scratch, the cue ball, because it's a little bit bigger than the other balls, or maybe I think it's a little bit heavier, one or the other, it's either bigger or a little bit heavier. But for that reason, it doesn't go down the same chamber as the other balls, and it comes out to the front end of the table. Now, Diamond, though they're not really thinking about that kind of stuff, they should have, because it makes it confusing for the players. And I was just telling these guys that there was a match a while ago where I had the two players that they were breaking from the top end of the table on our screen. Then halfway in the match, I started breaking from the bottom end of the table over screen. And then they finished the match playing and breaking at the top of the screen again. It was just the way it goes, man. People don't get it. They get confused a little bit. They're so focused on playing that they don't pay attention to the littlest details like that. And he's kind of sort of in a situation here. He can make this 13 ball, but he really needs to get that breakout on that 9. If he doesn't get it, he's going to be stuck having to do a bank or a safety. Got the room to get there, though. Not sure if he came up short from where he wanted to be, or if he ended up perfect where he wanted to be. It all depends on how he was thinking about approaching this 9 ball. Maybe he was thinking about a cross bank here. I don't know. Is there enough room for him to be able to cut it in there? I don't think so, but doesn't look like it from here. Cross is good, but he misses the shot. And he's going to scratch the cue ball, which is going to give Derek Gledhill a ball in hand. But most importantly, an opportunity to close out the match. He's on the hill, and he can finish it now. With a ball in hand, his 2 and 3, which were the biggest problem for him, are no longer a problem. The next area of concern for him is the 4 ball and the 1 ball, which is not necessarily an area of concern because they all go into the pocket as well. In other words, he's smooth sailing here for the finish, as long as he can keep his nerves in check and not run into any trouble, which so far is doing a great job at it. So, gentle drawback here for the 1 ball. Gone a little bit further back than I thought he was going to get on that one, and maybe he was a little bit shocked on it too. Might even rolled up on that 7 ball. It did roll up on that 7 ball. He's going to try to cut that 7 to the side now. He's got no other choice. That means that maybe Steve might come back to the table yet again. Oh, and he will. But look at this. A little bit of luck here with that ball. You won? Angelo Maglian just won his match against Monty Brinkworth. Oh, a challenging moment here on this one now. I didn't see what he did for that last one. I gotta look. He didn't have a shot. How did he end up making a shot? Did he play a safety or something? I gotta go back. I got distracted because Jello came up here to update the score. Oh my god, that 7-ball went in the side. I just seen it. I didn't see that it went in the side. I thought he missed that. Man, I missed that highlight. That would have been a beautiful highlight. Well, that was a nice highlight there too. Kind of makes up for a little bit, I guess. But that was a nice little shot on that 7-ball. Wow. Mark says, nice shot. Indeed, it was. Jana Sanchez, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Nice little drawback here to get onto the 8-ball, and that's going to give him a chance to be able to close out now for real. Steven's going to say, that's good. And that will bring an end to that match. 5-1, the final score. Derek Ledhill moving on to the next round. And that was, I believe, a B-side matchup. So that means that's the end of the road for Steven Sestak in the tournament here today. We'll update the scoreboard here on Challenge. That's going to take us to our A-side semifinal matchup. Dave Wilkes, Mike Vatour. I'm going to go get them right now. Looks like Mike Delgado's playing right now on the other table here, so we'll switch over and let you guys watch him real quick. He's at the table playing against Brian Kennischuk. This is the other A-side semifinal, and I'm going to go get Dave Wilkes and Mike Vatour so we can get this going on the main TV table right now. All right, so I let them know, and I'm going to reset the scoreboard here real quick. And we'll put Mike Vatour right. We'll put Dave Wilkes on the left. Excuse me. And I believe, what was Dave in the last one? He's a 4. Mike Vatour is a 6, so it's a 2-game spot. And this is A-side semifinal now. This is still Mike Delgado playing. We're just waiting for Mike Vatour to come back in. And for, well, you know what? Let me take down the scoreboard, man. There you go. So that way you guys know it's not an actual match. Well, it is a match, but it's not the main match on the TV table. The street. All right, so Mike Vatour is making his way back in. Dave Wilkes looks to be doing the same. And we're about to get resuming here on your main TV table as soon as they get here. Dara Javahari, welcome to the stream. Danny Gilbert, welcome back. Sand Castle Billiards, how you guys doing? Welcome to the stream. Pinsoon McIver, happening, man. They're gonna do the lag. I like the lag, man. It's classy. Adds a little bit of fashionness to the game. All right, let's bring up the scoreboard since we're getting back into the match now. And, well, one's going to make it close to the rail. The other one's looking to bounce close, too. Mike says, it's good. You can have it. So Dave Wilkes will be the first one to break. And Abel, how you doing? Brad Beardy, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Michael Stanley, Mike Ross, welcome, guys. Mr. Michael Johnson, how you doing? Robert Griffith says, "What did you have to pay Joshua Filler to be in your audience?" Yeah, I was a little spoiled, man. I guess I caught the attention of Joshua Filler last night. He was in the stream last night watching the match, man. It was kind of cool. I had to let him know that I thought he's one of the greatest players of all time. But that made me feel a little special there to have Joshua Filler tune in. I've had Allison Fisher tune in too a couple of times. I think they're noticing me. I don't know. Must be doing something right if I got them tuning in. Or maybe they was just bored and they just happened to tune in on it. I don't know. Blow my own whistle for no reason. But yeah, that was kind of cool to have him tune in, man. And I think it's because it was King of the Hill, winner take all, right? And so he tunes in to maybe watch it to see like the format, to see how it is. And maybe he's thinking to himself, you know what? I want to compete in a tournament like that. Maybe. Well, Joshua Filler, well, I'm going to get a little bit far-fetched here. But if you ever want to come on and play, let me know, man. We'll set up a King of the Hill for you out here. And I'm sure everybody in the city will come out to play in that one. Everyone in the province, maybe even. But yeah, that was a nice treat. There's moments in my life, where little things like that happen, and it just makes me feel like right on, man. The journey is worth it. And I've always thought the journey is worth it. Don't get me wrong. There's never any days really where I feel like, you know what, I'm done with this. So there's been moments like that, where I've got into my own head and said, you know what am I doing here? But at the end of the day, no matter what, I always go back to number one, which is I love pool. I'm gonna do this till the day I die. But Joshua Filler, man, yeah, that's nice. That was nice to have him in there. I didn't put him too much on the spotlight either, because I feel like we get into that groupie mode. So when I went out to Red Deer to stream the event on there, I was trying not to get into groupie mode, right? Dave played on the B side already, so no, he didn't. He was on the A side. Where was he? Yeah, but who did he play? So you played. Oh yeah, so up here. So he was a 5, and you were a 6. So it's a 1-game difference. So 5-4. It's B side, right? Yeah. So 5-4. One game difference. Yeah, but anyways, going back to it, I didn't want to be a groupie, right? And so when I was out there and I seen like Allison Fisher and Kelly Fisher and all them and they're hanging out there, I didn't want to be a groupie. That one thing I didn't want to do was be a groupie. But at the end of the day, the last day, I was like full groupie mode. I went everywhere. Like, hey, what's up? Can I get a picture? Yo, 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 And then last night when Joshua Filler got on the stream to watch the stream, I was like, okay, Joshua Filler's watching your stream. Do you get crazy about it or not? I've never really been crazy about it. So I was like, no, I'm not going to be a groupie, man. So I was like, how you doing, Joshua Filler? Nice to see you on the stream. By the way, you're an amazing player, man. I admire your game. That's where I left it. I didn't want to say anything else to him. I didn't want to make it awkward, I just didn't want to look like a groupie. But I am a groupie. I love pool, man. I was like a schoolgirl at a Backstreet Boys concert in the 90s, man. That's kind of how it was when I was out in Red Deer, man. I had that schoolgirl face, like just smiling everywhere. I had a great time out there. I am gonna be loading. I haven't loaded up my pictures yet, but I have lots of pictures from out there still that I haven't posted. And another reason I haven't posted any of it is because I've been busy with other stuff. But I'm gonna post it for people to see it on my Facebook page, and maybe I'll set up something for next week so I can show you guys some of the pictures here on the stream. Also, they're mainly pictures of me, because I'm taking pictures of with myself with people, right? But there are a lot of pictures where I wasn't really in it. I was just taking pictures. I'll share a lot of those pictures as well. I had a great time out there in Red Deer, groupie and all. The biggest, okay, first of all, there was one time when I went complete groupie, like instantly. I just couldn't help myself. And that was when I got to meet Savannah Easton, a little roadrunner beep beep, man. I got to meet her and her family, her parents, great people, really smart people, you know. They got good direction, good vision for their kid. And man, she's a sparkle, you know. She's the future of pool, I see in her eyes anyway, the way she plays. But when I met her, man, I went straight groupie. Like I was all giggly and stuff. Like I need to take a picture. Like literally running around with my arms sitting by my side, waving around like a penguin. Like I need to take a picture. Somebody take a picture. I loved meeting her though. She was cool, man. And I told her too. I said, "Listen, I'm a big fan of yours." And it's kind of weird for a kid to look at this adult who is the guy that's commentating on her matches, and you look at him and he's saying like, "I admire you. You're an awesome player. You're gonna be the best." For her, it's got to be weird. But maybe not. I don't know. She's already comfortable in the spotlight, so to speak, and she should be. She's gonna be there forever as long as she keeps playing competitive pool the way she's been playing so far. I don't see her getting out of the spotlight anytime soon. And she's fortunate, you know. She's had female players like Allison Fisher, Mary Avina, Callie Fisher, just to name a few, who have kind of paved the way. The Black Widow's another one that kind of paved the way also, and got them sponsorships and being in the spotlight and that kind of stuff. And well, she's coming into a world that's already been seasoned by so many other female players, but she's adding a new twist to it. She makes it exciting again. Everybody's all caught up on her, man. She's a great player. She's going to be a great player for a long time. And she's just getting started. That's the scary part. Yeah. If you guys want to, or if you guys wait, you guys can play here next. But if you guys want to play right now, you can. Up to you. This one is they're at 0-0, and it's just the beginning of the game, and it's a 6-4 race on this table. Yeah, you can play. That's no problem. Yeah. And I think that would be a good match, but that's okay, man, because then you're not really waiting and sitting around, right? You're playing good right now. Yeah. I'll mark it down as you guys are playing. It'll be an even race to 5. On the other side. All right. Oops. So all matches are going again now. The A side semifinals are both going. The B side quarterfinals are in play now. And we're slowly getting closer and closer to the championship match for today's event, today's tournament. Joshua Filler. Yeah, that was weird, man. That was my moment. I'm glad you got to see that, Robert. Pamela Bowden, how you doing? Randy Baggett, speaking of great players, another great player, formerly from Manitoba. In my heart, he's still a Manitoba boy. Patrick Lance says, I don't know why they get confused. There's only one spot for the head ball. So the other side is the kitchen. Perhaps they should draw a line for the kitchen like they do for the bulk line on snooker tables. Yeah, they should. And, I always thought, I remember when I first started playing pool, I always thought that, when you bought cloth, the line came with it. But no, you got to mark the line yourself. And I don't know, it's something that was really, really practiced back in the day. A lot of people really practice that. Nowadays, not so much. Now it's like you're supposed to just know, man. Tata Baroka, how you doing? Welcome. Bryce Johnson, welcome to the stream. Samantha Jane, how you doing? How many diamonds in the house? Wants to know, Danny. There's 10 bar box, 2 9-foot, and some other stuff coming. There's stuff for now. So that's what they have at the moment. Plus, they got 4 valley tables. Or valley. Bryce wants to know, what time did you get home last night? Just after 2:30. I think it was like 2:45 in the morning when I got back home. And then I worked on my computer roughly to just after 4. I was forcing myself to go to sleep by 5. And then, woke up right at noon. It was like 7 hours, 6 hours in, I think it was, that I got sleep. I woke up and I was feeling lazy. And the first thing that I thought to myself was, I told everyone on the stream that I was not going to be here till 2 o'clock in the afternoon today. So I said, well, you know what? stick to your word, you know, sleep in a little bit longer, get some rest, go back, feeling a little bit more energetic, blah, blah, blah. And then I said, nah, you're awake, just go. So I just got myself ready and came here. I got here just before 1 o'clock. Got the stream started just before 2. Normally, I'm trying to get the stream started by 1 o'clock. That's the goal for me every week. Ricky Clark, how you doing? Randy Saylor, welcome to the stream. Hubert LeBlanc, welcome. Randy Saylor says, send me the address. I'll pop in someday. Absolutely. You know what? Do you have me on Facebook, Randy? If you don't, add me on Facebook, man. Add me on Facebook, and then I'll send you the address. I don't know if I can message you from here. I'll try. It says ban Randy, or suspend Randy. No, I can't send you a message here. It doesn't look good for you when I pop up the options, man. Just add me on Facebook, and yeah, for sure. It's 121 Scurfield Boulevard, though, just in case if you're really, really wondering. You need to know right now. 121 Scurfield Boulevard here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, the center of Canada. They say the heart of Canada. I feel like it is. And you may not think so, but when you watch those guys play last night on the King of the Hill, that was some of the best players in Manitoba playing. And all heart. All around, all heart. Not one table did anybody just go away quietly. They all battled all the way through as much as they could. It was a really, really good tournament last night. And I'm happy that Jason Cladd and Eric Horverson didn't draw each other in the first round, because that's what happened to them in 2019. And they were kind of sour about that one. It was so bad. I mean, I remember them playing that match. Like, both of them didn't want to make a ball. Both of them were just trying to, like, not win that match because they knew that they were both favorites. And there was no way they can really split anything because it was at the first round. There's so many rounds to go. Now, maybe if they were down further into, like, the quarterfinal or the semifinal and they face each other, at that point they can have a little agreement, like, okay, well, let's just play this out, and if I win, I'll give you this match, and if you win, you give me this match. And sometimes players will do those kind of deals, right? They work those side deals, and they couldn't do that time. It was just sour for them because I had to play each other right at the hop, and they were basically the two top-seeded players at that time. Yesterday, I had 4 players that I could have seeded, and that would have been... hang on, I gotta see what happened here. Did I miss something? I think I missed something special here. Did he try to dig up that ball and left the 8 ball? Is that what he did? Or did he try banking that ball? Just catching up with this last match, what happened, then I'll update the score. Oh, he missed that bank. That's what that was. Did he just give it to him after that? All right, so Mike took the first game. That's what I was trying to find out. Sometimes I look away and I don't realize that the match is over, and then I'm trying to catch up just by looking at my phone. So Mike Vautour will take the first one. He needs to win 5 more. Dave Wilkes will get a ball in hand here. Behind the line, though. And unlike last night, it's not take what you make. It's an open table. One of the things about the take what you make, which was one of the rules that people were kind of concerned about, was what happens if your opponent breaks and, say, for example, he made 2 to 3 stripes or solids off the break but scratched. Does he still get to claim those stripes or solids? And the answer is no, because the fact that the cue ball scratch makes it an illegal break, therefore it's a foul and a ball in hand, and nothing could have legally been claimed. But that was incredible, man, honestly. I'm going to keep hyping it up because I'm telling you, like, if you want to watch some of the best pool that I've ever had to be able to put on the stream, you're going to watch all of that yesterday. Bryce Johnson says, looked like the final was going to be a blowout, but Larry fought his way back and made it close. Boy, did he ever. I am so proud of my brother, man. And I mean, we're not brothers, but I think of him as a bro. And to watch him play last night, to be able to come back like that, I usually don't root for people or root against anyone. And I wasn't rooting against Jeff, but I was definitely rooting for Larry just to be able to get back in the match, just to find his game. And the only reason why is because I know he's a good player, right? And I felt like he wasn't living up to his own expectations. And sure enough, man, he showed to us the reason why I have so much faith in him, making a couple of big comebacks. And at the end, losing, but losing really close. He was close to getting back into the match to make it even. Great effort by him. Marty Bray, how you doing? Brian Nilsson, welcome to the stream. Ed Herman, Virgil Smith, welcome guys. John Arrows. You know what ERO stands for, John? It stands for 8-ball runout. That's what we use as one of our stats out here. So your name will be John Runs Out. John Arrows. Trying to work it out here. I like that he's walking around, taking his time to look at things, and trying to solve the puzzle without just shooting and getting down on the shot right away. That is the difference on how a player gets through a rack or not. Looks like he's made up his mind about the layout here and how he wants to finish. I think he came up a little bit short here on the 12 ball, and that could have been a little bit of nerves. He's still going to be okay, though. I think that what he's going to have to do here, though, is just draw back from the 12 and shape up for the 9 ball. Either that or go off the 2 rails and come back up for that 11 ball. Well, running into that 6 ball is going to burn him. And the only reason why I burned him is because that 6 came across and blocked him at the end with a perfect line on the 9. You can see enough of those 11 ball just to hit it, but not enough to be able to make it. I'm not sure safety can really help you on this table right now because there's a big layout on this table and a lot of opportunity for Mike Vautour to be able to finish the rack on a first turn if he gets a turn on this table. And he's likely going to get a turn on this table because, honestly, he can't make any one of these shots. He can maybe make this 9 ball if he tries to mash, say, around the 6 ball, but that's such a huge shot for such a long distance. Really, really small percentage shot. He can maybe try to get sneaky here with a safety and just try to lean into that 13 ball, get that cue ball to run towards the right side, towards the pocket, and then get that 13 to bounce back up to block him from being able to do much. But like I said, everything's so open. That 1 ball sitting by the side pocket like it is, not really doing a lot of favors for him here. He tried. I don't think it was a ball in hand, or maybe it was. See right away. Brian was playing his match against Mike Delgado. You won? 7-1. So can't be doing that all the time. It's bad. It's bad. Let him win at least two games and you're okay. 7-1, no good. 7-0, no good. 7-2 again, yeah. You're asking for it. 7-1 for Mike Delgado in that semifinal match. And he's all proud of himself too. Comes up here like, I won, thumbs up. I was like, what's the score? 7-1, he says. I was like, Mike, what are you doing? He's like, I know. I was like, you can't be beating people 7-1, 7-0. I said, you got to let them win at least a couple of games, man. If you don't, well, you're going to be a 7-2. And he laughs. He's like, yeah, 7-2. And he says it with he knows he's going to be a 7-2. He does like being it, man. But I don't know, man. He's earning his stature here. He's the only guy that I know that's been a 7-2 to win the tournament. And then a couple of weeks later, he got bumped down from a 7-2 to a 7-1. So today he's playing as a 7-1. Last week he was in the money. This week he's looking to be in the money again. I'm starting to feel like he's going to be a 7-2. That a boy, Dave. He'll get that game under his belt. 1-0. Hey, I forgot I got a mouse to play with here. I buried my mouse earlier with my food and been using the touchpad the whole time. If you're in the market for a nice hat, check out the Jam Up Apparel hats. They have combined and partnered up with Predator, and now you can find Predator gear at jamupapparel.com as well. Incredible stuff. There's some of the Predator hats. Make sure you check them out. jamupapparel.com. And if you want to order anything from there, you can do it directly. You can also do it through me at cslmanitoba@gmail.com. I am working on getting in a code for you guys. So that way you don't even have to order through me. You can just order it with my code, and that will do enough. You'll be able to get you discounts that way. Well, rack number 3 is going to be a dry one. And, well, Mike Vittori will have a chance to be able to get in the lead. He's got a 2-game spot against his opponent, or he's spawning his opponent 2 games. So, therefore, that means he's got to work out a couple of games a little bit harder than his opponent. And this one could be a key one for him. Not necessarily hard work, but the win is available. And this is off his opponent's break, which means it can turn into a 2-game swing as long as he makes a ball on his break and finishes the game on the next rack. All the things you maybe don't consider when you're playing at the table, but you should sort of consider. If you do consider it, you'll find yourself trying to take advantage of those opportunities a little bit more often. I'm going to try the follow-through draw shot here with this 5-ball and see if the 5-ball will fight back on the 10 or if I'll let the 10 go through. It's going to follow through. Nice little touch shot. And, well, got a 13 to the side, 11 all the way down, or a cut on the 15, which is what he's just called. He's got to watch out here, though, because he's going to run into that 12 as well. Yeah, I got the score. Makes the 15, runs into the 12, opens everything up a little bit. And he's a little bit unfortunate here because the Epo has gone and blocked the pocket on the 14. And now the 14 doesn't really have a shot. And he actually worked that out perfectly because he has a shot on the 13 ball. He was in position here to be able to finish his rack up until that happened. Now he's got to solve this problem. Not really a big problem, and it's definitely solvable, but you got to work it out. You got to work it out fast because you only got 3 balls to work with before you get onto it. This first shot is basically no good because it's not doing anything for you for the 14, but it could help you set up for the next ball that may be able to get you the shape to break out that 14. And I don't know, it kind of worked, it kind of didn't. I don't know, maybe it didn't. Well, if he banks out to the corner, then it did. And if he can make this bank corner, he's going to be meant for the finish. It's a huge shot, but worth the risk if you can make it. If you're comfortable making it. Tried the bank corner, missed the shot. He's rolled up against the 2, or no, sorry, against the 6. And he hasn't really taken away everything, but he's made it uncomfortable here for Dave Wilkes. So may have to play a combination. Unless there's enough room between the 2 and the forefront to make it clean, which I don't think there is. Shooting the 3-ball will probably be the easiest shot that he can take on. It doesn't really help him a whole lot, and it's very difficult because he's shooting over the ball. But I think it's a lot better than trying the combo. He's looking at it like he's trying to convince himself that he can make it. Is he looking for a split carom? Oh, he's playing a safety. There you go. That a boy. Smart shot. Really smart shot. Could have gone for something crazy there. A couple of different opportunities for him to be able to take, but he took the smartest one, which is just play smart. Freeze up, play a safety, try to get a ball in hand, and you can win the game. Couple more comments here. I'll take a look at them right away. Kathy Walker Tanner, how you doing? Andre Nolette, welcome to the stream. Mike McKinney, how you doing? Mr. Kelsey McLean, what's up, man? Larry Hinatsu, Russ Baker. Bridge Johnson says style points for the bridge flip. Charles Adams, how you doing? Dan Conrad, Abdul Sahor, welcome to the stream. Mr. Frank Moreno, how you doing? Just try and tie it up again. It was going to be perfect, but that cue ball kicked the two ball over and changed things up a little bit. Now, if I'm him, maybe I'll just play that two ball to the bottom left corner and call a safety and freeze up to the floor again. Trying to see if it'll fit. He doesn't feel like it will. If it doesn't fit, I guess you could try to just pass that two ball past the four ball and just freeze up the cue ball, but instead of shooting down table towards us, shoot up table. Goes by. Squeezing it by, so it goes. All he's got to do is just play a safety here. He was patient enough to play a safety the last one, so hoping he's patient enough to play a safety on this one. Might get tempted to go for it because the table's kind of opened up. Or he was just playing a safety. And he didn't quite get the safety that he wanted, though, because he was supposed to freeze up to that four ball, and he didn't. He's actually giving him a chance here to be able to bank this to the side. And he's got to fall through an angle to be able to shape up for the 11 ball also. So, if anything here for Mike Latour, this is the best case scenario on our opponent's leave. It's in. But now what? But now what? You can see the bank was there. It was never going to be a problem for him. But he hit it in the heart. Looks like the 11 ball does maybe go past that 3 ball. And it'll be a tough shot. But it will also give him a chance for the finish if he can make it. I like this shot. I'm happy with this shot right now. It is a difficult shot, though. But I'm okay to take it on, knowing that all I got to do is focus on just making it. I'll have a finish. Could have been in trouble there. He avoids it. And he also gets a little bit of a bonus here because he gets a chance to shoot. Problem here, though, is that the easiest shot on the table for him is the 1 ball. And it ain't difficult, but it's one of those shots where you're kind of forcing the shot a little bit, either to slow down the pace or to push over the cue ball, which both ways you're kind of forcing the ball anyway. And that can make the shot missable. And it's seen here, he just missed the shot. It's bobbled and hung in the pocket. Wayne Burba, how you doing? John Cooney, welcome. Gary Delgado, welcome to the stream. John Sondelsky, how you doing? Everyone on YouTube, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. Starting to get tired now, man. I was feeling pretty energetic, but I'm starting to feel like I did last night at 5 in the morning. I haven't really had a chance to shoot pool in a while, man. I miss it. I've got my cues here, so hopefully I'll get to shoot after. You're waiting for an opponent? Oh, no, I think you got an opponent now. 5-3, right? I think you're playing against Kevin Tolles. Yeah. It would be an even race versus 5. Yeah. And yeah, you guys can play now, I guess, if you want to. Whatever table's open. I think number 3 is open too, if you guys want to take number 3. Calling out another match. Kevin Tolles, Darrin Dmyterko. You ever have fat thumb issues? I'm having that right now with this laptop. Trying to touch the screen to hit that the match is in progress, and I keep trying to exit it. They have a painting class going down here on Sundays as well, if you guys are interested in coming down to paint. Teach you all sorts of little tricks. What's up, Derek? Nice, good for you, man. Nice shot on the 8-ball, Mike. I don't know, it didn't look like he was too confident, or he didn't like the position on the cue ball there. But he's done well to make the shot. Definitely presented a challenge. And he hit it with a nice pace. He takes a 1-game lead. And I will be right back. I got to call out another match. Dave Wilkes will win that one. I believe it's tied at 2. Whew, man. I just sneezed and I felt like I dislocated my shoulder from it. It was crazy, man. My body just kind of moved funny. Feeling my arm, feeling a little numb right now. Let's see. Where was I? Wayne Burba said hi to him. Donald Baptiste, how you doing? Hi, Michelle. Bryce Johnson says, what are your guys' pet peeves when it comes to shooting pool? Well, what do you mean? As in, like, what I don't like people doing, or what are the things that I have to do when I play pool? I used to have a lot more habits back in the day, right? Like, it'd be certain things like I had to go buy a new shirt to go play in a tournament, like a big playoff. I just had to go buy a new shirt, new pants. If I could buy new shoes, I'd do it too. I don't know why, but I used to do that all the time. I don't really think, I don't know. I guess not necessarily pet peeves. Not sure. Got me stuck on that one, Bryce. There's one of mine is your opponent standing right behind you as you shoot or talking to you as you're going to shoot. Yeah, well, that's something that kind of, nobody really likes. Um, I guess to me, one of the biggest pet peeves when it comes to playing pool against an opponent is not liking when people just try to shark me out, period. Doesn't matter how you do it, just don't like it. And the reason why is because I try not to shark out my opponent, right? I mean, maybe sometimes I have, I don't know. Maybe it's never really been intentional. I try not to, and I don't appreciate it when it happens. So that's one of my, I guess I would say, biggest pet peeves is when somebody sharks me out. It can throw me off a match, right? Where I used to be able to throw me off a match. Um, Lately, I don't know, maybe not so much lately, but not too long ago, I was still doing the same thing. But lately, I've been really working on my mentality side of the game, and my mentality side of the game is getting stronger. So I don't know if it'll affect me the same way anymore. I'm sure somebody will come out and try to test me, though, eventually. I'm ready for you. Playing the combination, that was a nice shot. It wasn't lined up, it wasn't straight, but it was fairly good. And he hit it right on point with the right pace. I guess another thing too is like when a player comes up to grab a chalk. That's a no no. When a player comes up to grab a chalk and I'm about to shoot and he comes up to grab a chalk or she comes up to grab a chalk, oh man, does that ever bother me? Because like the first thing I think to myself, and it's bad both ways, but the first thing I think to myself is like, why are you grabbing your chalk? You're not gonna shoot anymore, right? And because I just think it or say it to myself, of course something goes wrong and then the person comes back and shoots, right? But that's a pet peeve because it's I think players do that when they go grab a chalk from the table. It's like they're saying, "Well, hurry up, I'm waiting for my shot." That's the way I look at it, right? Like you don't have to grab a chalk from the table unless you're shooting. There's a few of those things that used to bother me a lot, though, and there's a lot of things that people do, man. Like when an opponent comes up and he's like not shooting at all, and you're at the table, you're shooting, right? You see the shot, you see you can make it, you see you can hit it clean, no problem. And it's obvious to everybody in the bleachers, they can all see that it's going to be a clean hit. But he gets up from his chair to see what you're shooting at, see if it actually goes. Then he says, "I got to call ref." You're like, "What the heck did you need a ref for, man?" I had one of those happen to me in the playoffs once. Oh boy, did that ever throw me off. Like I looked at this person, I was like, "What the hell are you calling the ref for, man? I'm doing a jump shot. If I don't hit it right, blah 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 blah, right?" And so worried about the ref and the point that he didn't need the ref, and then made me miscue on the jump shot. And, yeah, it worked. Worked, man. Sneaky mother. I'll leave it at that. All right. Let's talk about. Well, you're bringing that up, so let's have a little conversation about it, shall we? Tell me, what is your funniest or worst experience on being sharked out by someone? What did they do to shark you out? I want to hear about that. I want to hear your stories, man. There's got to be some interesting ones out there. I know a player that he would like. It wasn't like a shark out. It was more about a luck thing. I feel like it was like a belief of his. Like he had the system figured out in his head that it always worked. But what he would do is that he would sit on the sidelines, and I'm sorry I'm talking about it. I never really told him about it, but he's gonna know who I'm talking about. As soon as I explain this, he's gonna be like, "Oh, he's talking about me." I didn't know he felt like that. But it's not a bad thing. It really isn't. He would stand there when he wasn't shooting, when it was like my shot or anybody else's shot. Because I noticed he did it with everyone. That's why I said it was like it was more of a culturistic thing than it was like a intentional trying to throw you off thing. But he would sit there and spin his cue and play with the tip while he was spinning the cue, and then he would wait till you were missed, and then he would come up and shoot. And so sometimes I sit there and be like, "Why are you spinning your cue?" And it was so stupid too, right? Because I'm shooting at the table. What the hell do I care if the guy's doing whatever he's doing over there, man? He's not at the table, I am, right? But I'm like sitting here shooting, and I know he's got this habit, right? But when I'm shooting, subconsciously I'm thinking, I gotta look over my shoulder to see if this guy's doing this. Because if he's doing this, I swear to God, I'm gonna make this 8-ball. I look over, and there he is, and there he's doing it. He's doing his thing, man. And I'm like, all right, I'm gonna make this 8-ball. Bam! Oh shit, I missed. Damn it! Quit twirling your damn stick, man. You throw me off. I was never like that, but that's what it felt like, you know. I want to hear your stories. I don't want to know if you guys got any good shark out stories. Gene Peacock says, "Yeah, don't interrupt my game with nonsense trying to mess me up. Talk on my shot, argue about what shot. Just be a good sport and go by the rules." That's what I'll be doing. And that's kind of the way it's supposed to be, right? I don't know. Like I used to be that guy that used to stand up all the time holding his cue as well. I never do that no more. I mean, maybe I do every now and then, not knowingly that I'm doing it, but I don't recall too many times in the past few years where I sat there, you know, holding my cue, waiting for my opportunity. He's getting frustrated here. But that's all right. It happens, you know, but you got to watch out not to get too caught up in the emotion here, because sometimes you can. Oops, I put it on the wrong side. Sometimes you can get caught up on the emotion, and get consumed by it. It can be the end of the game. Bryce Johnson says another one is, or if someone says, "Watch the scratch." Yeah, I don't know, man. Another thing, like it's like when random people are walking, like let's say you're playing the playoffs, it's a team event, you're playing the playoffs, and you know you're hyped up for your team, you're trying to get this big win, and then these other guys that just finished playing for some reason they walk by and they're like, "Oh, he's gonna miss it," or they're saying some kind of thing like that, right? And you're like, "What? Like, what the hell, man?" And then you go and try to make the shot and you miss it. It's so hard not to get caught up on the outside influences at the table, man. But you got to do your best. Honestly, it's a mental battle every match. And sometimes you're mentally battling against the table. Sometimes you're mentally battling against yourself. Sometimes you're doing it against your opponent. Gene Peacock says, "We have this guy in snooker that always says, 'Oh my God, effing God, if you make a hard shot.'" It used to bother me, but now it's just funny. And I know he's just having a little fun. Yeah, you know, and things like that will do too, right? Like when somebody says like, "Oh, you got lucky," or whatever, and they walk by, right? They just mumble it. All they got to do is just mumble like, "Oh, whatever, you got lucky, man." just walk by. You're like, what? And then you miss, right? Or they start throwing their hands around, when things didn't go right, and you're like, you almost start feeling bad for them. And then you go miss because you were like attracted by how much they felt that loss. Shark move number one, says Bryce Johnson, is to start breaking down the stick. Yeah, and in my early years, my novice years, I could see that happening a lot. Now that I'm at the higher levels, not so much. These guys have a little bit more etiquette than that. But yeah, that's a big one, man. Taking your cue apart, and sometimes like there's a rule, right? There's a rule they put on there that once you take your cue apart, that's an automatic forfeit of game, right? So what these guys will do, instead of breaking their cue apart, they'll just go and break their breaker apart, right? Their two-piece breaker apart. And then they'll just go back and sit down like no big deal, right? But it was the emotion that you're breaking your cue apart that caught your attention. That's all they have to do, man. And after that, you're going to miss. Maybe not. Maybe you're one of those guys that can focus through, or one of those girls that can focus through. And good on you for that. I get sucked in for the shark out a lot. Well, I used to anyway. And I think that's why a lot of people kind of wear like headphones and stuff when they play pool too. And I'm sort of okay with that, and I'm sort of against that. I'm okay with it in a sense because, like I get you just want to kind of focus and play your best. But I'm against it because of a couple of reasons. One, your opponent, if they're trying to say something to you, you won't be able to hear them. Right? Let's say you're about to do a shot that to you looks like it's really obvious, but to your opponent, he has no idea what you're about to do. You go and do it now. Your opponent's mad because he's saying, well, I didn't know you were calling that. Right? Is it on him or is it on you? Because you're the one that's wearing the headphones. So that's one of the rules one of the reasons why I don't like it. The other reason I don't like it personally, the only reason I don't like it is because I feel like that's a weakness. You're building a weakness. Now, you're doing that to be the best player that you can be because you feel like having 100% focus is the way to be able to play better in matches, to be able to deal with pressure in matches. And in a sense, you're right. But when I don't know what happened there. He's saying something about wiggling the 10. I forgot where I was going with that. He got me distracted there. Jeez, I really forgot what I was talking about there. I lost it. Gene says he does not mumble. He yells it so the whole room hears it. Yeah, and that's just attention getting kind of sharp thing. And there's people that are like that, right? They're just loudmouth players, and those are probably the hardest ones to play against. You can be a really good player, like a really good player with a lot of great focus. You play against somebody that's yappy, man, that has a combination of yappiness and shark moves, you're in trouble. Because if they can't shark you out, they use their yappiness to be able to get you to focus on the sharking out. That's going to feel better for him. You got a 2-game lead now. Oh, yeah, but I don't remember what I was talking about. I was talking about the second reason, or the other reason why I don't like it, is that I find it's a way of weakness, right? Because you're kind of sheltering behind it. Instead, you should just be dealing with it and just listening to people distract you and deal with the surroundings, the atmosphere, people yelling, your opponent talking, whatever. The more that you can deal with focus while you're being distracted, the better you're going to become at focusing while you're at the table. And it really is, like, I'm going to say, once you have the skill, the knowledge, and you're ready to play competitively at a high level, that's really what the difference is. Right there is the mentality, how you handle yourself under pressure. If you're putting yourself with headphones on and stuff to listen to music to avoid listening to your opponent so that way you can play your best game, well, you're always going to be limited because at some point you're going to play in events that are not going to allow that, and it's going to be against the rules, and now you're going to be out of your zone. That's going to make it troublesome for you. And you'll realize then, more than likely, just how weak you become because of that habit. I've done it once myself, though. Only once, and it was in a snooker match, and I was getting beat. I thought I was playing good. I didn't get much training in. I only had put 2 days of training in. I thought I was playing good, and I played like crap, and it was just bothering me. I couldn't handle it, and I was getting into my own head, thinking crazy things, and stressing myself out as I was going along in the match. And so at that point, I snapped. I was, you know what? I'm going to put the stupid headphones on. I want to see what this is about. So I put it on. I slapped on some Stevie Ray Vaughan. And I said, I'm going to get in the mood now. I'm going to play some better snooker. It never worked. Never worked once. One of the things that I kind of sort of use, I guess, as a shelter, everybody has something, right? And I find like most of us that wear a hat use that for that reason. Because you can adjust your hat to a certain level where you're no longer being, that's a nice cut too. You're not being distracted by the people in front of you because your hat is blocking them all off. So therefore it allows you to zero in on that certain area that you're playing. So I wear a hat because partly of that reason, and another reason is usually because it takes time for me to do my hair, and I don't know. I'm really like not crazy, but he's OCD crazy. But I'm very specific about the kind of gels that I like, and if I don't got that one because I ran out, I gotta get it from the States. It takes forever. So for me, I'd rather just wear a hat. It makes it a lot easier. But when I play pool, it does help. It still is sort of a shelter for me. But I do test myself, and I do play sometimes in tournaments without a hat. And to me, I do that just to test myself, right? Just to see if I can handle myself under different pressures and different circumstances without shelter. And at the end, I don't really see much of a difference. I mean, there's the odd time where it affects me where I wish I was wearing my hat. But I feel like I can balance myself well with or without the hat. So it's not like, it's not something that's preventing me from growing. Just a preference. Dean Peacock says, well, all those shark moves worked for a while, but actually taught me how to tune them out. And that's the thing, right? Like there's, if you want to work on your mental side of the game when it comes to distractions, that's what you can do. Right? Just get somebody to come around and like yell at you and throw things across the table when you're shooting and whatever little things to throw you off. And you can find a way to work through that with all those distractions. You can still find a way to make a ball and do it consistently. Well, it's like doing bench presses for the mind. You're working that muscle all really well, and it becomes used to it. It becomes used to dealing with those situations in a better way. Same thing goes with if you are a player that gets adrenaline pumping a little bit too much when you're at the table and you're doing some crazy stuff on the table. Well, at first you're gonna miss a lot. You're gonna, do funny things because you're feeling that adrenaline and you don't understand it, right? It's kind of weird, right? It's like, oh yeah, I'm in God mode, right? But then you're like, yes. When you learn how to play with that adrenaline, you become different in a way because when you get the adrenaline the next time, you understand that you're getting it because you're hitting your higher level of pool. And when you think of it that way, instead of thinking of it like I'm in God mode, right? You just think like, you know what? I'm getting the shakes right now, but that's because I'm starting to play at my best. So now I need to just keep focusing and work a little bit harder on my focus to make sure that I keep playing at my best. And you do that and you do that again and again and again. Next thing you know, you got 100% focus at the table. Barely any distractions. And I know it does sound simple, but it's not. It's hard. People can distract you. Things can distract you, right? Sometimes not even a person. It's just your phone. You're sitting at a table. You're about to make a crazy shot. Your phone goes off, right? And you're like, oh. You think about like, well, I'll look at it after I shoot. And then you go and shoot and you miss. You're like, damn it, I should have just looked at it. Sharking is something that I don't think that we'll ever be able to remove from the game, though. And there's always going to be somebody that kind of sharks. I think it's just more or less what we got to do here is just kind of continue to educate people on table etiquette. And perhaps that guy at the snooker hall doesn't know that he's really affecting people in a negative way because of what he's doing. When he learns about it and he sees other people don't appreciate it, and not in a way where everybody's getting mad at each other, but just in a talking good way, right? Where it's like, hey man, let me talk to you about this for a second, right? This is etiquette. I think that alone might make a difference in the future, but there's always going to be sharks, no matter what. I don't really shouldn't call them sharks, because we call pool sharks the guys that can make the shots all the time. But I call them sharks because they shark us out. I don't appreciate it. They kill my flow, man. And there's a couple of tennis books that I've heard about that talks about mentality and focus, and I hear that pool players tend to read tennis and golf books to be able to find fundamentals behind mentality. I tried to look into some of that stuff for a while, but I don't know. I didn't really dive in too deep. I started playing snooker, and I found that snooker just kind of drove up my focus and my concentration level, and I feel like I developed a really good, strong fundamental when it comes to focus when I'm shooting at the table. And I don't do it all the time, but you guys have seen it later when I play in the matches on the stream. I've slowed down my game a bit, where I've become a little bit more methodical, but I'm playing more accurately and I'm finishing tables a little bit more often. Kathy Secret says so many different times, you are right, focus. Bryce Johnson says, I like that rule. Break the stick apart is a forfeit. Yeah, I don't know if it's a rule in all leagues, but in our league here, which they go by the VNEA rules, it is a rule. You break your stick, you twist it apart. You don't have to even take it apart. You just twist it apart, and that's a forfeit. But if you're, let's say, taking the cue apart because you're putting a different shaft on, that should not be something that you're held accountable for, right? Because you're switching shafts. That's okay. You're not trying to say you're quitting. You're saying, I had enough of this carbon fiber. I'm going back to wood. Or, you know what? I'm switching from wood. I'm going to carbon fiber. This wood's not working right now. Right? So you switch. That would be okay. But I think most of it is the idea, like, if you put your cue away, you break it apart in a way where you're just trying to say, like, this game is over, well, then you're giving up the game. It's over. Nice attempt. Hits the horn of the side pocket, and the 5 will bounce back up. And now Dave's looking for a chance here to be able to get on the hill. His biggest problem for him is that 11 ball sitting by the 4 and the 2. He can technically try to go after it right now if he takes that 15 ball. I don't know if I'll have enough time to do this, but we'll try. Oh, he's going to shoot. So he had an angle there with the 15 where he could have, like, maybe gone up table and broke into it from the top rail back into it. From here, oh man. Yeah, I can't quite tell if you can make that 15 or not. The only shot he kind of really has is that 14 or the 13. He's looking at maybe going off the rail off the 4. I wonder if he can see that. You can see there, like, there's maybe enough room for him to go off the rail into the 4 and into the pocket. Got a good idea here. We'll watch it up close to see if it works. It's going to stay up. The good thing is that he's, kind of blocked the pocket here, but the bad thing is that he's giving his opponent a chance to play. And he has room here to be able to maybe lock him up. He's going to try to play the 4 into that stripe and then lock him up behind it. Yeah, that stripe was supposed to drop. It wasn't supposed to stay there. And that's going to be really good for Dave here because he can just leave that ball there. He doesn't have to shoot it anymore. And he's guaranteed to have another turn at this table, which is going to allow him to have a little bit more confidence on the more difficult shots that are coming up, if they do come up. You guys don't have that rule there? Okay. Yeah, it's a good rule. I think it's a good rule. It's unsportsmanlike, right? And I don't know. I get it, I've had my moments where I haven't really been that good of a sportsman either. But those are in the growing years, and now that I'm a more seasoned player, well, I understand a little bit better. It's still tough to, to go look at somebody and say, thanks for kicking my ass, man. Good luck. But I'm able to do it. Gene Peacock says, I've learned that no matter where you go, you're going to run into loud, overbearing players. Whether it's just that they are or too much, maybe, whether it's just the way that they are or too much alcohol. Yeah, and when they get too much booze in them, they get a little bit louder too, right? I know. I dealt with a few of those. Bryce says, yeah, for sure. Yo, Makarchuk, how you doing? He's not happy right now because he missed that shot. He had a chance to be able to finish there. He's very disappointed in himself. But he's got to understand it's okay, it happens. Just got to shake it off, man. A lot of the reasons why that kind of happens there, it's like the last minute second thought, right? Like where you're about to shoot and suddenly you think, well, you're going to miss. Or you're about to shoot and you're thinking, oh, I'm going to win this match, right? This is the get on the hill. Right? As soon as I make this, I'm on the hill. Then you missed. Right? So usually there's that. And the other part of it is that, you didn't focus enough for the finish, for the shot. I find that when I get to these key shots like that, that's when I kind of take the time the longest to make sure that I know how I'm going to play that cue ball, because I know that as you run out of balls to shoot at, your precision on your shape has to be a little bit more accurate as you go along, depending on what the ball or where the last balls are laying. But usually, it requires you to be a little bit more precise with your shape, so everything counts, and you got to be a little bit more careful. Nice pace here to get up for the 5 ball. Needs it to slow down, though. Needs it to slow down, and it does. But it's deep in the pocket. And that means he can't really force his cue ball over for that 8 ball. He's going to have to settle for a bank on that 8 or a difficult cut to the top right corner. He's just telling his opponent right there that he wasn't expecting to go all the way down like he just did. He was hoping to have some angle to be able to go up naturally for that 8 ball in the same pocket. I feel like now he's got no choice but to go in a different pocket. And if he tries to force it, he might miss it. Oh, no, never mind. He made it. That's a nice little force shot. Good on the 8 ball because of it. It's definitely one of those shots that could have been a problem. But he made it with confidence, used the angle, and came over perfect for the 8 ball. Watch out for that cue ball. Watch out for it. Wow. Living on the edge, man. Literally. He's on the hill. Five to 2. It looked like one of those shots where, you have to kind of just follow it up. But he just stunned it through, man. He was able to get over for that 8 ball. Rather simple. To me, it looked complicated. But, I'm dramatic. What I do. Robert Griffith has a comment here on YouTube, says, not exactly sharking, but my buddy will be on his phone or talking to someone at another table while I'm shooting. It bugs me. Yeah, and okay, so let's touch up a little bit on that one, I guess, because that's something that it's become like an epidemic. Everybody out there is doing it. It's kind of weird. But prior to the cell phone era, people would kind of like shark you out professionally. Now they're like ninjas. They just pull out their phone, go on their social media, play their little games while you're shooting at the table, and that's good enough to shark you out. I don't know how we can ever stop that. It's something so common, and people are on social media locked in all the time. So you can't necessarily go to somebody and say, "Hey, man, don't go on your phone when you're shooting." But it should be a rule. It should be something that they make as a rule. Being on your phone, just checking out social media may not be as bad, but calling someone on your phone, that is huge. That's just you being, a shark. I was going to say something really bad. Really, really bad. Maybe a 7-letter word starts with an A. But I didn't. But we all know it. And yeah, that's what you're trying to be, man. Don't do that. Like, it's so weird, and I've seen people do it. Like you're at the table, and and he's shooting, right? Or you're not at the table. You're sitting on the sidelines. You're watching, and he's shooting. So he's going up and he's making the shots. You're all quiet. You're all chill. You're watching him do his thing. He gets into a trouble. He gives you a shot at the table. Then you go to the table and you're like, okay, I just do this. I do that. You're about to get started, and suddenly, like, you hear in the background, like, yeah, hey, so I wanted to put an order in for next week for Tuesday, and you're like, what the hell are you doing, man? I'm just building in a work order for next week, man. Right now, in the middle of a match. Like, yeah, no, like I gotta do it right now. It's like, okay, and then you go miss, right? So then, like, oh, sorry, man, I'll call you for that order later. I gotta go. That's what I just want to grab the button to like you and just whack them. Like suddenly, okay, the order's not important anymore. But 2 minutes ago, when I was at the table, that order was prior to, or do or die type thing. You have to do it there at that moment. Or calling the wife and the kids, like, hey, honey, tell the kids to watch me on TV and tell them I'm proud of me, telling them that, be proud of me even if I lose. And then you go shoot, you're like, you can't beat that guy no more. His kids are watching him. Right? You're like, Jesus. Not the kids, man. Not the kids. All right, I'll make your dad look like a winner this time. And then you start letting up on him. And dad comes back and wins. Then he calls the family later saying, I don't know how it happened. All of a sudden, he just wasn't able to make a shot. Hey, by the way, this is all in good fun anyway. I'm just kidding around. No hard feelings to those of you guys that like to pull moves on us. Without you, we wouldn't have to focus extra, and without focusing extra, we wouldn't become better players. Thanks, man. No real situations here, but he's got to get onto that 5. That 3 ball, is available for him to be able to play shape onto it, but not with that angle that he's got here. And he's going to have to kind of open this up now. And you got to be careful how you open this up, because if you try to get into the right side or the upside of this 14, you're going to miss that 5. You actually want to run into the 14. And that's what he did. And he knew that, right? That's what he was adjusting. And he missed the shot only because he was adjusting. He was trying to find a follow-up shot. And he might have found something had he made it. We will never know. Reese Lewis says, nice. That was close. Gene Peacock says, I see people doing that all the time. That's bad sportsmanship to me. That's part of pool etiquette. Respect the game. Yeah, and you're right. You're right. And I don't know, like, I feel like it's I don't know. I think it's something that's like kind of picked up, but at the same time, like, it's taught, you know? You pick up the bad habits from other players that do that kind of stuff, and then you feel like, well, you know what, I'm going to do it when I get my chance. And I don't know. Or maybe you don't even think that, but maybe you get your chance and you're like, you know what? Remember that time this guy did that to me? I'm going to do that now. So then, next thing you know, you're the guy that shark could be below. I'm not innocent, like I said. When I grew up, I'm sure I shocked some people out somewhere. I don't recall any of them, though, and it's probably your fault, man. No, I'm kidding. It wasn't your fault. If I shocked you out, I'm sorry. I'll give you a hug next time, okay? And he's not going to be happy with that one, but it is what it is. Mike, you're looking to close out the match here now. Checking out all of his options here. Nice shot. Forced his way into that pocket, man. It looked like it didn't even go in that pocket. I'm impressed. It didn't even look like I went in that pocket, man. Look at that. Clean. Like that 12 ball probably looked around saying, did something just go by me? I thought I had the door closed. That was a nice shot. Oh, and then he missed the 3 ball. And Dave Wilkes just jumps up right out of his chair, man. He knows he got a real opportunity now to be able to get on the hill. If he can do it, he can maybe give himself a chance to win the match in the next rack. It ain't going to be easy, though. Opening shot on this turn anyway. Oh, no, you can see that 12 on its own, so he can play it clean. I thought he was kind of forced into a combo. So he did something good there, but what he should have done was to maybe take a walk around from the other end of the table, up of our screen, look down towards our side, and then kind of figure out what he needed to do next. He still knew that he can just get shape for that 14 ball, and that's really basically all he had to do. But it was good to kind of take a look from there, because maybe he could have played that a little bit harder to set up for something different and to make the finish a little bit easier for himself. Always good to walk around and check out your different angles that you have available and the different opportunities that you have available. Because sometimes you get committed, right? They call it marrying yourself to a shot. When you get married to a certain shot or married to a certain pattern, you're stubborn, right? You won't break free from it. And sometimes you miss the opportunities that come up in between that present themselves to be able to make it easier for yourself. You just don't see it because you're stuck in your own pattern. And there's some people out there that can just, they see a pattern, they deliver it. They just go after it, deliver it, and they usually get it, right? But for me, I always believe that the patterns can change at any time. And sometimes when you get stubborn on your pattern, you can finish, but sometimes you can come up in some really bad situations because you decide to stick to that pattern. When indeed you had a chance to be able to do something different a few shots before, that would have prevented you from being in the situation that you're in at that moment. Gonna lose the cue ball into the pocket as well. He's not happy about that one, and well, Mike Viltour should be able to close out this match now. With the ball in hand, I just can't see him not doing it anymore. Dave Wilkes not happy about that one, but like I was saying, you know, you kind of need to walk around a little bit more, look at your options, and kind of build a plan, right? You can't. I mean, everybody that comes up to the table has a plan to a point, but I feel like you should maybe do replanning every so many shots if you have to. At least give it a chance. You know, take a look to see where you're at, what you can do, if there's different options. If not, stick to the plan. Only recommendations, though. You can play your game however you want. It's up to you. Checkers off the rail to come back for the 5 ball. Hits that second rail. He's going to be perfect with it. Nice angle also. Just draw off the cushion gently here for the 8 ball in the same pocket, and that should be the end of that match. And Dave's going to say that's good, and they'll do a handshake in the background. That's going to end that match with a score of 6-2. And, well, let me put up the Predator products here real quick while I'm trying to do the challenge bracket. Six two. Dave Wilkes will go to the B side. Yeah. Like today? That's weird, man. That's so weird. Yeah, okay. So Brian Kennischuk, Derek Gledhill are already playing. Wait, where are they? I think they're playing. Hey, Derek, you play against Brian already? Okay, so what's the score then? What I put in 1-0? Brian went home. Oh, sorry, and I got the. Woo! Let me take that off. 0-1. Brian had to go home. So Derek moves on that one. He's in the B side semifinal now, and we're all cut up. The next match we have is the A side final, and I'm gonna come back with that. So we'll have the A side final, the B side final, and the championship match. All of it coming up soon. I'm gonna say about 10-15 minutes. Let's switch here. We're gonna go big, large room. Group of people here having a celebration in the corner, so we got a really busy corner over there. Let's see. I gotta do a bit of a closeout here and a quick reminder. So first of all, Tournament of Champions coming up next Saturday. Blue Room Billiards, 866 Notre Dame Avenue is where it's at. Make sure you come down and play. $30 to play. Handicap tournament starts at 1:30 p.m. So you got lots of time to get there. Champions wanted. Bring your A game. We're going to be waiting for you. And if you got a junior, I'll mention it once again, that lives here anywhere in Manitoba, any community. If you got a bunch of juniors from one community and you maybe want to arrange some lessons instead of coming into the program, that works too. Let me know. I'll make a date for you guys. We can meet up, or I can come out to your community. We can do some lessons out there. We'll figure something out. But if you want to come on and be a part of this program, Q Sports Lab Manitoba Youth Training Program, message me at cslmanitoba@gmail.com, or simply show up for the first session, which is going to be on October 29th, starting at 1:30 p.m. here at the Hangar Billiards and Sports Lounge. And if you don't know where the Hangar and Billiards and Sports Lounge is, we'll pop it up right now. We're located at 121 Scurfield Blvd. As you guys can see here, the atmosphere in the background, it's a beautiful location. You got to come down here and check it out for yourself in person. When you see it, you're truly going to appreciate how beautiful this place really is and the atmosphere that this place has to offer for you and your group if you come out here to the Hangar. No, I was going to stop the stream right now. Yeah, I have to reset. Yeah. I have to reset. All right, so I showed the Predator products, the Hangar, and how about let's do Jam Up? Yeah, Jam Up, man. JamUpApparel.com is where you want to go if you're looking for some killer gear. You want to find something that makes you feel sharp on the table when you're competing, then go to JamUpApparel.com and find what you're looking for. Here's a championship shirt. Another design here from Jam Up and Predator. Mr. 626 John Schmidt wearing that one. Savannah Roadrunner Easton Beep Beep. Tyler Steyer wearing the Action shirt. He's also got his own design. I can't remember what the design is, the series, but I'll find out. I'll let you guys know. And well, we can't forget about the Duchess. The Duchess of Doom Empire brand. Make sure you guys check out the stuff at jamupapparel.com. If you want to order any of the stuff through me, you can do so as well at cslmanitoba@gmail.com. That's my email right there. And if you want to support my work, maybe you can do so via PayPal or e-transfer at cslmanitoba@gmail.com as well. It's up to you. But if you do support me through there, you're going to be supporting the programs like the Manitoba Junior program that we're getting going here once again in Winnipeg. Same thing if you want me to come out to cover an event in your town, message me. I'll pop it up again. cslmanitoba@gmail.com. That's how you get a hold of me, guys. Let me know. It would be a true honor to come out to cover an event for you. And before I go, we got to do one more here. Let's not forget about our good friends at JB Cases. Handcrafted quality custom Q cases. Established in 2007. Lifetime warranty. Great products. Go to the website. See what they've done so far. It'll give you a good idea what you can do for yourself, for your beautiful case, when you're ready to order it. And last highlight. It was this nice cut on the 2-ball. I don't know how he squeezed that by. I still don't know, man. Pool wisdom. The more you sweat in practice, the less you'll bleed in battle. Get to those tables and work hard to become the champion within. When you get to those tables and you decide to put in the efforts, the real efforts that make you become a champion, you will find your way there. It's going to take a long time. It's going to take a lot of effort, man. But as long as you're trying, you'll find your way. I promise. We hope that you enjoyed today's stream. It's been a good time so far here at the Hangar for the Sunday Open 8-Ball tournament. I am going to be back with another stream soon. It's going to be the A-side final, the B-side final, and the championship match. The last matches of the day, all coming up soon. I don't know how long, though. It might be about maybe another 10, 15 minutes. I don't know. I'll figure that out. I'll let you guys know. You'll know. You'll see the notification. By the way, if you're on YouTube right now, first time being on there, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you're on Facebook and you're not on YouTube that often, but you do have a YouTube account, go over there, subscribe to my channel, help me out. I'm trying to get up to 1,000 subscribers so I can do some cool stuff on YouTube, and I'm hoping you guys can help me get there. You don't have to, but I appreciate it if you do. My name is Rod Arriagada. If you guys want to add me or follow me on Facebook, you can add me. If you want me to come on to your town, cover an event, message me, cslmanitoba@gmail.com. Anything else that I can do for you, maybe you got an event that you want to promote, whatever it is that you got, message me, cslmanitoba@gmail.com. I'll do my best to help you out however I can. We will be back with another stream shortly. It won't be too long from now, but you got enough time to go out there, have a smoke, get something to eat, enjoy yourself for a few minutes. Maybe go grab a blanket if you're a little chill, you know? I don't know. It's 1 degree here in Winnipeg. Not too chill, but I'm thinking about wearing a jacket. That's going to be it for now. I'll be back with another stream soon, guys. It's going to be the A-side finals coming up next, and it's going to be Mike Delgado, Mike Vautour. They get another showdown on the TV table for the A-side final. I'll be back. Cheers.